Hello, welcome back to City Planner Plays. Thanks for being here, everybody. It is a late night stream. I've seen a lot of people in Europe say that it's 3 in the morning for them. If you're one of those people, thank you for being here. If not, and you're in the US and you're staying up late to hang out, thank you. Appreciate you. Oh, I'm not muted. I thought that I was for a minute. Yeah, I figured we'd start out with the face cam because I'm going to ask y'all where you're from and what you're up to, and this is probably the right way to do it. I'm also going to ask you which beers we should drink tonight, so I figure I can just show them to you now. Now that I've shown my face, might as well. I've also set up a new camera, so hopefully it looks a little bit better, set up my key lights a little bit. I'm trying to learn things. That's something I try to do. So let's start out with Twitch. Where is everyone at this evening? The space reveal number 3. Atlanta. Oh, it's going really fast. Australia, Vancouver, Wichita. Oh my goodness, guys, it's going so fast. Louisville, Rapid City, Brazil, Ontario, Chicago, Vienna, Dallas, Toronto, Lithuania, Shelbyville, Tennessee, Chicago, Cali, San Diego, Michigan, Norwalk, Wisconsin. Love it. Seattle, Connecticut, New York, Mexico, upstate New York, Raleigh, North Carolina, Chicagoland, Texas, Indonesia, Japan, New Jersey, Tijuana, Massachusetts, New York, Nashville, beautiful city, Alberta, Glasgow, Malaysia, Stevens Point, my alma mater, New Zealand, Seattle, Osmond, Nebraska, Brooklyn, New York City, Buffalo, New York. Thank you all so much for being here. Really appreciate it. I saw we had a hype train going too, which, guys, we haven't even started yet. So thank you all so much. Now, YouTube, where are you guys at? I see Victoria, Brazil, Pennsylvania. Who's this stud? It's just me, Phil, just hanging out. Jacksonville, Scotland, waiting to go to bed. Durham, Toronto, Quebec, Washington, D.C., Lacey, Washington, Australia, Edmonton, Orlando. I look like you. You look like me too. Tulsa, Detroit, Kansas City, Verona. Love to see that. Montreal, Chicagoland, Milwaukee, Cologne, Greendale, lovely town. Los Angeles, Milwaukee, Ireland, Chicago, Norway, Alabama, Tennessee, Indiana, Vermont. Oh my goodness, it's flying. It's flying. Thank you all so much for being here. Now, one thing I want to remind everyone on YouTube is we are chatting over on Twitch. If you want to participate in the chat, you're more than welcome to do so. There is a link in the video description to to Twitch. There's also a pinned comment here in the chat. Otherwise, just feel free to hang out, lurk. I want to make sure that we're multi-streaming so that we have a copy of the VOD for all time. So that is why we're doing that. So it's there for you, and thank you so much for joining. And just know that if you're giving super chats, I might not see it, although I do see Mikey Newport. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for the cool videos. Thank you for being here. So just a we have an Imperial Jedi raid too. Thank you so much, Imperial Jedi. And yes, it is my face. So we are going to be building, first of all, Jedi, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's a second raid from Jedi. That's amazing. I've got to raid you one of these days. Number 2, how was the stream? I saw that you guys weren't playing Skylines. You were playing, what are you guys playing? Jedi. I don't see it. I think it was like, Project Zomboid or something like that. I'm not sure. But either way, thank you so much for the raid. Super, super awesome. I hope you guys had a great time with Jedi, and I hope to have a good time with you today if you decide to stick around. Yes, Project Zomboid, yes. Ooh, server. You started a server. That's amazing. Very, very cool. Well, thank you so much, Jedi. So what we're going to be doing today is we started a city on the last stream, little tiny town. And I said 500 to 5,000. It's actually 675 or something like that. But, you know, we have to have a nice title, and that was a better title than 675. So 500 to 5,000. And I want to grow this city to be absolutely massive. I was really enjoying the map. This is a really fun map that they gave us in the holiday update. And I figured we'll just keep building on it. because I really want a city that we can push the limits of the game and see how it works and do a little bit of stress testing on it. And this will be one. And it'll also be fun to actually build up a large city. Magnolia County is a really slow go. It's going to be a slow go the entire time. And that's the way I want that to be. But this one, we're going to go fast. We're going to do it kind of like we did in the original tutorial, where every episode we had 5,000 in population game. We'll do something like that in here too. Maybe even more. So we'll have to see. I'm going to load it up because I did not do that because I want to keep my room at a reasonable temperature. I'm wearing this sweater, which I didn't realize is kind of like a Mr. Rogers sweater when I bought it, but I'm sure I'll have to take this off at some point because it'll get really hot in here. And before we jump over to the game, I've got 3 beers and I need some help picking them. So we have a Capital Brewing Vienna style lager. It is a Winter Skull. And Left Hand Brewing Milk Stout, or everyone's favorite, Spotted Cow. Everyone over 30 automatically buys a Mr. Rogers sweater. Yeah. Well, it doesn't help that I bought this at Land's End, which is, you know, if you don't know what Land's End is, basically it is a clothing manufacturer that is in Dodgeville. So it's out in the boonies here in Wisconsin. So I'm all Wisconsined out right now. No, so Spotted Cow makes sense. Oh, actually, Jedi. Oh, it's a Raider from Jedi. It says Capital. I've seen lots of Capital. Maybe we'll do a poll. We'll do a poll. And then this is for me one of the more important choices, considering I couldn't find my bottle opener to save my life, but I got it now, so we're good to go. So let's do a poll. Which beer? Left Hand, New Glarus, or Capital? I better spell that right. That would be embarrassing. We'll run this poll for 1 minute, and you can buy votes for this one. It'll be 1 channel point. There we go. 1 minute. Let's see what I open. And how do I only have 1 bottle opener? So I have one that is actually mounted to my wall behind me. So that door back there actually goes into the rest of my basement. And through the hall I have them, but I don't want to have to leave. I mean, I want it to be right here. I gotta try a good German Hefeweizen. Absolutely. They're wonderful. T Mindself, you got ads? I'm sorry. Yes, that whole door is a beer opener. Killa, thank you so much for Killa B. Thank you for becoming or thank you for subbing on Prime. There is a new video up for channel members on YouTube and for everyone on that's a Twitch channel member that joins the Discord to get the secret link. So make sure you do that. And we do have an ad break, so I will hang out for 1 minute. Left Hand is winning. Left Hand is winning by a lot. All right. I didn't see that one coming. So we are going to open this and then we'll get into the game. And YouTube, you guys are awesome. There's almost 1,000 of you guys. You missed a few months of streams, Brad. Sorry. Thank you for the super chat, Brad Merlin. You missed a few months of streams with the face reveal. Does this mean you left your day job? It does. Yeah, there was a point in time where I started to realize that being a content creator and being an urban planner was probably not compatible. And when I started to realize that, it was basically I had people recognizing me. It was easy to find me. Also, I had a public meeting. It was the first meeting that ever got shut down, basically, because it was at capacity. And when that happened, I realized that maybe I was becoming a distraction. So thank you so much for the super chat. Really generous of you. And yeah, that's the story. So I figure at this point, when I accidentally showed my face, I might as well just keep showing it. It's a lot easier, truthfully. And I don't feel like I'm living a double life anymore. So I'm going to pour this real quick, and then we'll get to the city. And for anyone having a beer with me, I will say, cheers. Salud. Jedi, I still look like Batman? Well, I appreciate that. I think. You know, that's the thing. Maybe I'll wear a Batman mask one of these days. Maybe I just got to go back and hide my face. We'll see. Yeah, salute. Oh, no, I am still Batman double life. Gotcha. Yeah, that's the weird thing about doing this is Um, Especially if you don't show your face, you're constantly hiding who you are from people, and I was just over it. So when it happened, I kind of felt a bit of relief, like, oh my goodness, I can finally show you guys and finally just be who I am. And you'll find out that it's not that exciting. I'm just a dude in his basement, just, you know, in my basement, hanging out with you guys. So thank you all. All right, let's go over to the game. And here we are. And you still see me. I'll leave that up for streams. This is another question I've got a whole bunch. Am I going to be having my face in videos? No, not going to do that. Doesn't make sense. So here we go. Here we go. So just a refresher, if you weren't here in the last stream, we built this small town. We've got 634 people and rapidly declining, apparently. I don't know what we did to deserve that. Got a couple of farms here in a really small town that we rebuilt a couple of times. And then I didn't want to pollute the waterways, so we made a poop pit. And we are waiting till we have access to the water to be able to treat our water. So that is where we're at. J-Tap, you just joined what? Your face? My face was like way bigger just a second ago. This is tiny face. Yeah, so we have an RCE poop pit. We're doing good. We're doing really good. All right, so I figure I kind of want to race through building some of this stuff. And I want to think about where some of our main roads are going to go based on our natural geography. And we've got a couple of tiles available to us. The other refresher, I should probably go into this. This is a modded build, and we do have a few mods enabled in this build. So looking at this, we have Legacy Flavor, Line Tool, Hook UI, which is just a dependency, Unified Icon Library, another dependency, Historical Start, which is how we have trains right now. We also have access to boats, extended road upgrades, which we actually didn't look at in the previous previous stream. So we're going to take a look at that today. Basically, that allows us to upgrade roads using our upgrade menu, but we never got there. So we will get there shortly. We also have the extended tooltips, which we can hover over things basically and find out more information about them. City Monitor, which we didn't really use. It's helpful. It's also very large, and with all the other stuff on the screen, maybe it doesn't make a ton of sense. And then I have a couple of things disabled because we didn't have them in the previous one, and I was just testing them out a little bit. The extra landscaping tools and Anarchy, let me tell you, they look amazing. Like I just wanted to showcase these before we start adding more mods in, but I'll tell you what, they seem like exceptional mods, absolutely exceptional. The road mod is also secret zoning toggle. What? Donut Monger, are you serious? Oh, we need to get there because, oh, we do have road services. How is it secret? Donut Monger, you can't just say that. You've got to explain to me how this is the secret zoning toggle. Adding key or retaining walls to a road disabled zoning. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And Josh, you're right. YouTube is a 4K stream and Twitch is 1080p. That's a big difference. Or one of the big differences, but it's also closer to real time on Twitch. So yeah, good and the bad. Yes, an inner. Holy cow, a face cam. All right, let's race towards some of our next progression milestones and see what we actually get. So we are heading towards Grand Village, which is a big one because you get the district creation tool, policies. We get disasters, which we do have enabled right now, low rent housing. So that's our first high density. And I'm thinking we don't actually want to have high density until we get a little bit further into the build. That's something that it's always something that is such a temptation to just start dropping in a bunch of high density when you got a city of 8,000 people. But I don't want to do that. And then we also get offices, grain farming, public transit. And I know that airport was looking for public transit. We'll add in the taxi depot as soon as we have it. And then think about buses after that. And then a whole bunch of parks. So lots of good stuff comes at that next milestone. That's why we care so much about it. Build those walls. I don't know what you're talking about. How did I get 1 billion? I think I'm jumping in chats. All right, so let's start. And I think we're just going to respond to our zoning needs. The funny thing is we have this huge demand for commercial, but our commercial that we already have is struggling. So I don't see the point of doing any more. And I'm thinking we're just going to fill in some of these. And as we do this, I'm just going to chat with you guys a little bit, hang out, because we're going to try to go relatively fast, but it's going to be a measured pace as well. And honestly, most of this is residential. And actually, maybe before we do all of this, we think about where the other uses go, and we can't. We don't have parks. Okay, we're doing residential right now. I'm evolving into a true influencer. I wouldn't say that. I think that that's a weird. I think that the idea of being an influencer is weird. And I'm missing a whole bunch of subscriptions and super chats. I will get to those. I'm gonna try to do them all at once. We'll see if I actually am able to do that. It's something I'm pretty bad at. I will readily admit that. I'm also gonna add some alleys through here and see how that works. True influencer, Phil CPP. No, I will never accept that title. So first, Happy New Year, everybody. How were all of your holidays? I'm still doing holidays. we have one more round of Christmas. And if you caught me on Discord at all, you might have seen that I said Christmas number 2. I got one more. Holidays were great, Ian. It's good to hear. Dan Schematter, you agree that influencers are a weird concept? Then you're old. See, I'm old too. And because of that, it's just weird for me to even think of being that. You know, I get it. Like, so the weird thing about influencer as a term, like, I guess to a certain extent, I get it. You know, like, you know, nobody would want a sponsorship if you didn't have some amount of influence in your space, but at the same time, it just feels awkward. Like, it's just a weird thing to me, anyway. Ian, the Wonder Dog, sickness got some of you though? Yeah, we had a similar situation. I had a niece that got sick. I want to say it was like 2 hours into Christmas as we were opening gifts. It was pretty wild. How long have I been doing content creation? I don't know. Do you consider Bluffside Crossing content creation? I consider it a dude struggling in his basement to make content. So that the first video for that I posted August 2020. Before that, I had a video on my channel that I almost it was what was it called? It was called A Man Emasculates His Dog. And I had my dog at the time. His name was Marty. It was my first video editing project just for fun back in grad school 2012. And it was timed to David Bowie. It's some David Bowie song. I basically had my dog in a bunch of sweaters. And it was Marty passed, which is really sad. It was just after my oldest daughter was born. It's been a while now, but I had that on there. What did I do to Marty? Marty was sad. It was a sad story. Yeah, I mean, Marty, he had a thyroid issue, and if you're a parent, you'll probably share the horror in what I'm about to say. So he basically one day just like snapped. He had a thyroid issue and became very violent. So we took him to the vet. They tried to give him medication, and then he bit me. And I have a scar. I don't know if you guys can see it. But it's right about here. And basically, as soon as that happened, my county said he has to be put down. So it was definitely super, super sad. And that was trying to get him to the vet. So very, very sad. Yes. Marty was amazing. Although Marty almost cost me a job too. because of that video I put up there. The potential employer during the interview said, we found your video about your dog, and we thought it was hilarious. I was like, oh jeez. General, you weren't expecting a face reveal. So it's funny. There is the on Reddit as well. Someone was asking for a face reveal, and everyone was like, he already did it. It's hard. This is like Number 3. Number 1 was an accident. Number 2 was just might as well. Number 3 is right now. And at this point, I figure it's just easier to do. How did it almost cost me the job? I thought for sure as soon as they brought it up, because they didn't say anything. They just said, so we saw the video on your YouTube. And I was like, oh my goodness. I'd forgotten about it at that point. It was years later. And yeah, they brought it up and they like, he sounded stern momentarily. And then he was like, I'm just kidding. I thought it was hilarious. And then I ended up getting another job. So am I going to keep face revealing? I mean, once you've revealed, isn't it revealed? So I don't know that I'll keep doing. I mean, I'm going to on stream. If I keep my stream schedule, which I intend to do, because I know who I am, if I don't keep on schedule, I will stop. My intention is to keep showing my face when it makes sense, such as in this little tiny spot in the corner of the screen and during just chatting, because it's really awkward for me personally to be sitting here on like an empty screen like this asking you guys where you're at. So yeah, I figure this is something I'll probably keep up with. Do I realize that the Bike Mulligan Association will be addressing City Hall? Well, first of all, there are no bikers in this city, so that won't be a problem. Because there are no bikers in City Skylines 2. Do I ever plan to do gaps next to the alleyways? Or what do I plan? Nothing. I just plan on leaving some empty gaps. I want a little bit of imperfection. And this is something that I wish that the zoning in the game handled by itself. But if it's not going to, I can leave some gaps and just some little empty areas where we can add a bit of landscaping and have something that looks a little bit more natural. And, I think that it's pretty evident when you come into an area like this and you see this, it'll probably look good with the exception of the fence. So that's the one thing. I initially really loved the fences in City Skylines 2, and I'm more against them now than I thought that I would be. I don't know how you guys feel about it. Yeah, talking to a glazed iCam with zero feedback can be quite daunting. Yeah. We can only hope for bikes soon in City Skylines 2. Yeah, I think that Colossal Order got the picture that we all really care about them. Ripley, you're pro fences, but they need to match the grass textures. Yes. So that is part of the extra landscaping tools in the Anarchy mod, is that we have the ability to add a grass texture. So if you guys want me at some point to save this and reload back in with that, I'd be happy to. Frango, living in the desert in Southwest, you're quasi pro wall. I think that makes sense. I mean, that's certainly a feature of the landscape there. For instance, I'm really interested in this one. There's going to be a wall or a fence right here. And I would love to be able to just line tool in a big tree right here and have it feel like it's part of that yard. And of course, that's going to be too small for me to be able to do it. But, oh, look at that. Make a liar out of me. It's the grass texture that's weird, but I'd like to, and now this lot looks like it's a large lot. If it weren't for the manicured grass texture, it would look really good. So yeah, we'll see. How do I feel about all North Americans living in mobile homes? Honestly, it kind of pisses me off. I don't love that this is the way that North American homes have been depicted. Truthfully, I think it really probably should have been Sears kit homes, Craftsman's, not a bunch of mobile homes. That said, it does open up the opportunity to maybe make a mobile home park. We could look at some of these sizes and play whack-a-mole. I just don't know at the higher levels if these will actually stay or not. What's wrong with mobile homes? Nothing's wrong with mobile homes, but, well, I'll take that back. I don't like, I'll get to the problem with mobile homes. My real problem, though, is that they're spawning in normal city blocks. That would never fly. Never in a million years fly. It's not it's not a structure, technically. It is a mobile home. Now, mobile homes, my problem with them is not mobile homes. It's a form of affordable housing. It's really that most of the time people living in mobile homes don't own the land underneath them. And as a result, there's been a number of instances where someone will go and purchase a mobile home park, jack up the lot rent, and then people end up losing their mobile home that they can't move because once they're in place, they're not really mobile anymore. So I think it's pretty bad. And this is coming from someone who's had family members who have lived in mobile homes. In some cases, they're the only form of housing that you can afford, and they provide something that's really important. But at the same time, I don't think it's right to have any form of housing that you own that is, you don't own the land. So yeah, it's kind of a mess. John Oliver did a show on him. I should check that one out. I don't know if I saw that one. White spaghetti, I'm looking good. Thank you. I assume that you're looking good as well. HOAs have entered the chat. If you wanted me to choose between HOAs and mobile homes, I choose HOAs every day. I think that mobile homes are worse in terms of what they can do to people. I think that the HOA is irritating. I think that the mobile home can be devastating. So, and it's not the mobile home. It is the fact that most of the time people don't own the land underneath them. Stealership, it's a large trailer home that's almost meant to be semi-permanent. Yeah. So that's the thing. So Steel Airship brings up something interesting. So a lot of mobile homes will actually have, porches or carports built into them. They'll have skirting that ends up into the ground. They're not mobile. Once they're in place, they are in place. So yeah, it's not great. How do I feel about the whole tiny home movement? I have mixed emotions. My community created a tiny home park and tried to have that as a solution to the unhomed population. That was one of the silver bullets that would solve it all. And it doesn't do it. It's great. To me, it's the kind of thing that you do when the real solutions just aren't possible. I mean, reasonably, the reason why tiny homes are even a thing is because homes aren't affordable. So that's my problem with tiny homes. It's not the homes themselves. It's the fact that they have to exist to fulfill a gap in the housing market. I think it stinks. And tiny homes were gentrified. That is a very good observation and point, Kenzie Duck. That has happened. You start seeing these tiny homes that have granite countertops, and the tiny home itself is $75,000 to $100,000 without land. All of a sudden, is that an affordable housing option or just like glamping? I don't know. In Colorado, home and apartment prices are just obscene. I know that firsthand. So I rented an apartment off Colfax. It was actually, if you're in Denver, Cook and Colfax, that general area. And when I got there, my rent was $600 a month in about 10 years ago, which was wild. I realized I scored a really good deal. It also had ants and it leaked from the ceiling. Every time the person above me would take a bath, I would get this. I have no other good way of putting it. It looked like a gigantic boob. And eventually I popped it from the center and watched it drain into a bucket. And, it took forever to get it fixed. But that apartment with ants and the leaking boob on the ceiling would probably be, at this point, probably like $1,500 a month. It was a 1-bedroom. It's ridiculous. But I bought a condo, and it was one of those things. I got my first job. I thought we were going to stay in Denver, and we picked up a condo near Cheeseman Park, and it was gorgeous. This 120-year-old mansion that had been renovated into a bunch of condos, and we owned it for a year. And I thought we were going to lose our butts when we sold it. It was our first home that we bought, and we ended up selling off market before it was even listed for I want to say it was $25,000 or $30,000 more than we paid for it. And I kind of felt dirty about it, but at the same time, what exactly are you going to do? I mean, if that's what the market is, you're probably going to go for it. Also, we were about to lose our butts too because we were moving. So definitely a weird thing. Perhaps you have the same problem with your current apartment, except you're the apartment that's leaking. the plumbers have come in twice and it's still not fixed. You're really hoping they don't need you to move out for a bit to fix it. So I want to say that for the place I was in, they ended up basically replacing the entire tub. And that's how they resolved the issue. So it stunk, but they didn't have to move out. You can replace a tub in a day. Cheeseman Park is the one on top of Burial Grounds, right? Yes, it is. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, you're right. There's lots of interesting history in Denver, and that's one of the things. That Burial Grounds. They exhumed the folks that were buried there to make a city park. Honestly, very beautiful park. It is it's a city beautiful style park, so it feels really grandiose. I can show you guys in a little bit. But yeah, it was wonderful. Loved it. Walked there all the time. I biked up and down 12th. So it was basically a shared street, and it got me down to Spears. Wonderful. What's your main job as a city planner? Work. Hold on. Early asks, what's your main job as a city planner? Work hour look like? Get a meeting all day and all long whole year, or work from home and chill? Well, first of all, I'm not working as a planner right now. I'm doing this. Talked about it a little bit earlier. But I can tell you what a day was like, and I can tell you that every single day was different. There's not one day that was the same as the day before it. So there are a lot of meetings. And first of all, it depends on what kind of planner you are. I've been many different kinds of planners. I was a transportation planner in multiple different roles. Once for an entire region, the entire Madison region, and then once as just a planner for a municipality. I worked as a city planner as well. It's a generalist, jack of all trades, doing everything from transportation stuff all the way to fence permits and helping people get variances. So depending on what kind you are, your workday is going to look different. As the generalist city planner, most of my days I'd show up at work. I'd need to be there when the front counter opens, and I'd need to serve people as they come through, ring the bell, and want to talk about different things. So whether that's they wanted to open up a barber shop and they wanted to know what permits they needed, whether they wanted to open up a mall, like that's something that I worked on, whether it was talking to Costco because they want to add in parking, whether it's, any number of things. So all the way down to, I want a fence. How does that work? So, and then obviously corresponding with elected officials and things of that nature. Also, because of my skills in graphic design and GIS, I did a lot of cartography, and I also did quite a bit of work designing pamphlets and flyers to explain things to people. So there was a flyer that I put together, for instance, that explained why the city was installing sidewalks in neighborhoods. So those sorts of things, you could be doing as well. And then, depending on the type of planner you are, you'll end up going to a variety of meetings, either with stakeholders or elected officials. There were times where I'd go to individual homes to check on things. If I was doing code compliance, I'd end up in a car checking to see if someone's lawn was mowed. Sometimes go to the cop to make sure that, if someone got aggressive, I had someone that could back me up. So lots of different things. As a regional planner, it was all office work. I had one meeting a month where I would meet with different officials from different municipalities to talk with them about regional issues. And the entire region had to approve major transportation infrastructure, for instance. So like in our area, if the Beltline, our major highway, was going to be widened, that would be something that would go through that sort of body. Oh, and Giftus, you are looking for a time out. Love it. I'm going to figure it out. Yes, I see it. So you're testing my moderation skills. Let's see. Giftus. You're killing me, man. You're killing me. So, ban. This is my first one, so I just want to tell you, Giftus, this is you have a lovely distinction. Although I don't. Do I have a moderator? Banana, thank you. Thank you. All right. I was struggling over here. I was like, I see him. He's all his tickle talk. Not into it. Not into it at all. So, how's the new year? Well, now that we're done talking about what he was talking about or she was talking about, things are better. Yeah, it's been good. Lots of traveling, still more traveling to come. It's been pretty good so far though. I can't complain. You know, I don't love all of the holiday travel, but I feel very fortunate that there are so many people that want to see my family, you know? So MP Campos, I think you're right. Ass helps. You think Jedi's a traitor? I think Jedi is doing what he needs to do to maintain his sanity. So that's the one thing that Twitch has been really helpful with is sometimes I just want to play a different game. I love Skylines. Don't get me wrong. Skylines 2 is really, I've really been enjoying myself, especially since the most recent patch. I was really frustrated bluntly before then. But I got to play other games sometimes. And if I can play them with you guys and hang out and chat, love it. Code, good, bad, total lack of snow. I have snow. I went up north and I didn't have snow. That was weird. Normally when I drive up north from Madison, I'm seeing just copious amounts of snow. And this year, nothing. Super weird. I didn't love that. Had a very brown, kind of muddy Christmas. Ad break come up. I'm gonna take a quick break, and there have been so much activity, and I haven't thanked anybody. So I'm gonna take just a quick moment to go through and thank everyone. If I miss someone, which I will, I want to thank you for your support on Twitch. It has been an absolutely excellent experience, just as it has been on YouTube, and I really, really appreciate that. And wow, the ads are synchronized on YouTube and Twitch. I don't know how that's happening, but that's awesome. Looks like you guys are talking to one another. Anyway, Brad Ryder, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Candy Canes, thank you for the 6 bits. Laguna Rock, thank you for the Prime sub. No Manhunt, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Batch, thank you so much for the bits. T-Mosh, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Rich Birch, thank you for the Prime sub. Tad H, thank you. J Water did it, thank you. Prime Pero, thank you so much for subscribing. Designer Dell, thank you for the sub. Scott, thank you. Scott KMFDM, thank you for the Prime sub. Cat Victoria, thank you for the Prime sub. Killa B, thank you for the Prime sub. Grand Persecutor, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Dalaveda, thank you. And I'm looking off to the side because I got this way over here. Look over here. It'll be a little more natural if I'm like looking at you as I thank you. Reaper, thank you so much. Salt NB, thank you. Rogue TC, thank you for the Prime sub. Rabbycan, thank you. Datworm, Captain Bumbler, Watterson, again, thank you twice for the sub. Ironsides, thank you for the sub. Zax64, thank you for the sub. Persian Rob, thank you. Kentucky Noodly, thank you for the Prime sub. Ironsides, Daddy Nick, thank you for the sub. Your Huckleberry, Smith Karoxy, thank you. Jur Bear, thank you for the Prime sub. Snug Marine, thank you. Harrison, thank you for the Prime sub. Danks, thank you. Lord Panics, Frederick, Riser, Stainless Aura. Thank you. And thank you for watching me struggle for a while with that. That's one of the joys of giving us subs. I get to struggle with your name, and I really appreciate that. And for everyone on YouTube that has become an associate planner, thank you as well. I want to remind you all that my New Year's resolution this year is to get further ahead on content and try to not release videos the day that I'm editing them. So I have been working ahead. The next episode of Magnolia County is indeed done. And if you are a channel member on YouTube, you can just hop into the channel page and it should be available right there for you. If you are a Twitch sub or a Patreon patron, you can go into the Discord and there is a link to a Vimeo folder and a specific video that you can actually check out and watch it ad free. So, and honestly, YouTube channel members, you have the exact same option if you'd rather watch it on Vimeo as well. So, yes, definitely check it out. Arizona Cardinals, thank you for the Prime sub. And look at this milestone for Grand Village. We get parks. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. And man, thank you so much for dropping the Discord link in. Appreciate you. So what is Mulligan's Crossing? It is our modded stream-only city, and we are going to try to build this thing up to 200,000. We're going to try to go at least 5,000 growth per episode, and I don't want to start spamming in a whole bunch of high density for a while. So yeah, love it. Oh my goodness. Ryder, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Really appreciate that. And Mike Meal, Vince, DJ Spore, Scandalorian, and Bongo Benny. Go check out the Discord and watch the video after the stream. Not now. Clock Radio, thank you so much for the Prime sub. So we've unlocked a number of things. We already went through these, so I'm not going to talk about it right now, but we can add some density. We are going to use these. We're not going to go hard on density right now. I'm going to probably toss in a low rent building or two, and then we'll have some offices. We'll rezone. I think all these buildings that are complaining seem like excellent candidates for some offices. Now, one thing I do want to mention, the offices are showing up in purple. This is because of the legacy flavor mod. I did mention this issue in their Discord. Had a great conversation with some of the people actually working on this mod, and in return for them fixing this bug and making excellent mods, one of these days soon we are going to have a stream. And let me see, they had a specific charity. They wanted Child's Play. So Child's Play is basically a charity that helps kids feel better by letting them game. So one of these days, very, very soon, we are going to have a stream where rather than subscribing, rather than donating, rather than doing anything else, I want you to give to that. And I will give anything that I make during that stream to the charity as well. So that is going to be our payment for the excellent mod and the work that they're doing on it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. So stay tuned. That will be coming soon. Lee, you're making a chicken parm? Sounds wonderful. I would like some. Milkman, thank you so much for the Prime sub. All right, let's add in a couple of offices where we've got these right here. And what charity was it? It was Child's Play for Snack Round. Is that one that, so I know that I have the ability to add charities directly through Twitch. Hopefully that one is, you know, I'll pop a link to it right now in both YouTube and Twitch. And for all of these, never feel like you're obligated to do it. I want to look it up a little bit more myself before the stream, but we haven't had a good charity stream in a while, and I think that it would be something really, really good to do. Have I ever played the City Skylines board game? I have not. And I'm going to tell you something. I've really wanted so I've got this shelf back here. Hold on. So I've got this shelf back here. I don't know if you can see it. Let me see. I'll try to. So I've got this shelf back here, and it's got some cool stuff in it. Don't get me wrong. We've got Bucky the Badger and some of my planning books, my microphones that I've had over the years. Although I should really add the original tenor microphone in there, and then a map of my hometown is at the very top, and some other cool stuff. I really wanted to get the physical copy of City Skylines 2, and I never got that either. So maybe I'll just get the board game and throw that in there, because I'm thinking of taking those doors off and doing some sort of lighting back there or something like that. Can you get some book recommendations? Let's go with these ones. I think you wouldn't be surprised about this one. Strong Towns, definitely a good book. You want to check one out that will probably change the way you think about your community. This is an excellent one. Jeans instead of sweatpants? Yes. I will be let's get this back down a little bit. I'll be upfront with you and tell you that I was going to wear sweatpants today, and I realized I was streaming this evening, and I was like, I'm going to stand up, and you guys are going to make fun of me for my sweatpants. So I decided to do this instead. The other one, Walkable City. This is an absolutely wonderful book. There are a few others. I don't know. We could maybe we could have some sort of a book club where I could give you a couple of books. You guys could recommend some to me. We could read them and talk about them. I think that could be pretty fun. What do you guys think? Josh, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. That's awesome. Appreciate that. 99% Invisible City is pretty cool. Bros, you just got Walkable City from the library. Excellent book. Excellent book. You like that idea, Terraria Maker? Yeah. Why don't we give that some thought? Watch out, Oprah. Aren't that my favorite things? Yeah, let's give that some thought, and I'll see if I can compile some books. The other thing that, one of the things that the face cam is going to allow me to do is, I know that many of you there are about 11,000 of you that have subscribed to City Planner Explains. And one of the things that I've been thinking about is that it might be fun to have kind of a planning news update sort of deal, where on stream I could have maybe like a 20-minute presentation, which is something that I've done as a planner. So I think it could be a lot of fun. Kia the Snow Leopard, speaking of planner, you went to City Hall and met with a planner to submit a suggestion, try to make a specific section of road potentially safer. The road has unprotected bike lanes connecting to a 6-lane divided boulevard that goes 50 miles per hour. That is awesome. The paint would not do well in the desert. Okay. So the paint can do well, but they have to, so it's this thing called hydroplastic where they actually put it on and then they have to take this big flame thing and just, and that's the way that they can get away with it. But paint itself, yeah, won't do well in the desert. But I want to commend you, Kia the Snow Leopard, for going in and talking with your planner. Super helpful. And sometimes, and you probably have seen this from me in my videos, it's easy to get tunnel vision. Planning is best done when it's a collaborative process with lots and lots of people involved in it. It's your community. Go talk to your community and tell them what you want. So don't necessarily take no for an answer too. You talk to one person. Your city government is probably hundreds of people, and some of them might agree with you, and many of them will probably work to find a solution. So don't feel like you can't do that. Repainting is, yeah, so the whole repainting thing, I'm sorry, I've seen the rest of your message. Repainting is not as necessary when you use thermoplastic. The thing is, it's much more expensive. So that is the thing. City Planner's Daddy Facts. Okay. Well, let's get back to building our city. And yeah, so many people are surprised about my face. Tuning in from Rhinelander. Do we know each other? Do we know each other? You want to know? Hold on. You want to know what's on this computer? So I was working on this next episode, and the industrial area burned down. And it was just, I just happened to look back over, and I thought it just looked really cool. So I made a background of the industrial area in Magnolia County burning down. And I have it on, there's a studio display over here. This is the one I do all my editing on. It's a color accurate display. This is my wife's old ultra wide next to it, and then an iPad. And for the iPad, there were a couple of times I've done animations on the iPad and then brought it into Final Cut. So that's what it is. That's what it is. Myrtle strikes again. Myrtle strikes a lot. The next one. So it is yeah, it's an interesting one. DJ Stardoll, I need to help Biffa do a face reveal. That's not gonna happen. So here's the thing. I had trying to think this back in 2021, I was going to do a panel. Maybe I did do I did a panel for PDXCon, and it was a virtual panel, and we had to do a practice run through, and I had COVID, and I was so hopped up on my COVID that I ended up basically face revealing to Zardis, Biffa, Timeister, and Imperial Jedi, and Paradox, because I couldn't figure out how to turn my camera off. But at that moment, I realized that all of those guys like knew my first name and what I looked like, and for half of the people in there, I didn't really know it. You know, obviously, I think, I mean, maybe half isn't right. Actually, Biffa's the only one. So I don't know Biffa's real name. I don't know what he looks like. What I do know about Biffa is that he is a very nice guy, very generous creator, and has been really helpful to me in my journey of becoming a creator, in both recommending the channel and just providing helpful advice. I think that there are some things that we don't agree on with how to do things, in terms of, you know, best strategies for growth, little things like how to optimize metadata. But those conversations have made me the creator that I am today, and I really appreciate him. And if he never shows his face, I think it's completely fine. Because he's the OG of the Skylines community. Will always have a very special place in my heart, and I will always be appreciative of him. And it's been really interesting watching him evolve as a creator too. It's been a lot of fun. City Planner's daddy. Will City Skylines get mods, assets, and a multiplayer anytime soon? Multiplayer, don't hold your breath. Mods and assets, they're already mods. This build right here that we've been building tonight has mods. The mods are through Thunderstore, which you may or may not feel good about. PDX mods is supposed to come later this year, and I assume it will. Now, one thing that I was thinking about is, hold on, I'll show you this. So this was pointed out to me in the Discord. So this right here has been updated. So we have Q1 for beach properties. So sometime between now and March, we'll see beach properties get released along with a new radio station. And then we have our first content creator pack and our first DLC coming out in Q2. So when I see this to me, they said they weren't going to be releasing any of this stuff until PDX mods and, you know, just generally things were more complete. So with this, it makes me think that it must be coming soon. But I know nothing more than you do. So just be aware of that. This is 110% speculation. So, and my camera's all crooked. You know, this is gonna be a learning process for me. So I guess just, you know, Arrow Legion, Imagine City Skylines in VR. Pass. I would love to love VR, but I just don't. One of the things that I want to check out, because we've already lost a bunch in the past, autosaves, I'm going to switch this to 5 minutes just for my own sanity. Poop Belter. You want to say that your videos inspired you to get involved? You were very recently appointed to your plan commission for your city. We're one of the largest cities in California, so it's a big achievement for you. That is a huge achievement, and that's amazing. I love to hear stuff like that. Get involved in your community. It's so many people are fixated on federal politics and things that are happening at a national level, and I think that your local, if you want to know what impacts you more, your local government does. And your local government is the one that you have the most influence over. So get involved. Get involved. I don't know why you wouldn't. Unless you don't have time. I totally get that. But if you have the time, go for it. Tilly Cat, I'm a bull human too. Yes. Actually, yeah. So this is kind of one of the interesting things about not face revealing. I mentioned this earlier, but I was one of YouTube Black's Creators of the Year last year. And I didn't face reveal. So people were very surprised that I was a YouTube Black Creator of the Year. So that now you can actually see I'm not white, indeed. They actually gave me an interesting jacket. I'll show it to you later on the stream. They sent me this jacket. YouTube's been sending lots of interesting things. It's been cool. It would be nice if sports could be a town emphasis in City Skylines 2. That's actually a great point. We should purchase some things with development points because we have the ability to do so now. One thing I absolutely want to purchase is highways. So let's see, we've got 9 development points. Let's just go wild. Highways, parking areas, park maintenance. Got 4 points left. We'll get large parks and sports parks. So we are going to focus on that. David Allen, am I planning on waiting to do a new benchmarking video after the poll? Yeah, I should have responded to that. So basically, I think where I've landed is I will wait 6 months unless a monster update comes. If a huge update comes, then at that point, yeah, I'll just do it then. At this point, I can tell you that if you've been holding out, the game does indeed play a lot better now. I think some of the bigger issues for most people would be that they're just bugs. There are really stupid bugs. So right now, for instance, we've got 129 people attending our elementary school. We should build a high school. That should be something that's a priority for us. So let's build a high school. We'll find a good spot for that. We'll keep it away from our dump. Maybe we go back into the forest a little bit. We'll buy a tile. And as we build this, we're going to have basically nobody attending it. But if we don't have it, we'll have lots and lots of issues with employment. So it's stuff like that that still exists that's super irritating, in my opinion. So yeah, let's add that right here. We'll reorient this a little bit. You hate the high school lack of students. KCM on. Oh, that was water. Yeah, that to me is the kind of bug that saps a bit of the fun. So I'm really hoping to see stuff like that get fixed really, really soon. And we are bleeding money too, so we should adjust our taxes after this. So obviously, if we place this right away, we shouldn't expect that things are going to be, completely... We shouldn't expect that things are going to completely fill up right away. But we should expect that the number of students should be fairly similar to what we have at our elementary school at some point in time. And that's just not how it is. Null said, how many hours do I have in the game so far? We'll take a look in a second. Code 53027. A taxi stand can have more cabs than employees. Really? I did not realize that. So you guys get it. That's the kind of stuff where I think we're at right now. The other thing is it's still a very, very, very challenging game for a number of systems. I am in a very fortunate position as a content creator. The game should not be made for me. I'm throwing a ridiculous system at this, and I have a dual PC setup. So I'm streaming right now from one computer, and this computer right here that's playing Skylines is a totally different computer. And I'm doing that for, basically performance reasons so that things are consistent across OBS sessions. When I was playing City Skylines 1 in particular, when I had different Windows accounts, I had to have different OBS settings for every different city. And when I would tweak one setting, things would get completely broken. Not as big of a problem when I have one series going on, but it still helps me offload some of the performance to another computer. And that's been an absolute lifesaver with City Skylines 2 because of how GPU intensive it is. And it just shouldn't be like that. Honestly, it should be that people with normal computers can play it at a reasonable setting. And that's really, with that video, what I'm looking to figure out. Let's see. Steel Airship. The reason why elementary schools have massively higher students in high school is because children stay in elementary school till they become teenagers, whereas teenagers graduate immediately and go to college work. Oh, that is interesting. It still feels wrong. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. It still feels wrong to me. So they graduate immediately. Really? I'm gonna need to think of a way to test that. That just, it feels so off to me that that's the way the game is working. But I could, I could see it. I could definitely see it. Imple Magician. Yes, I have face revealed. I've done it a couple of times. So, and Juniper Mood, same thing. I have face reveal. I'm all out there now. So, now you don't have to wonder. Does anyone know what map this is? This is one of the new maps. Let's see. I think when I save it, Sunshine Peninsula. And it's very flat. It's a great map. Okay, maybe great. There are some rough, ugly edges, but I would say that this is a much more fun map than the maps that came with the game. The best thing about it is it actually has natural resources. I would still like to see more, but this is pretty darn good. At least you can farm in a lot of different places. That's why we have all of our farms right here. So that's pretty neat. Jaunty James. You've been watching on YouTube for a while and just joined Twitch. I've inspired you to learn a ton about urban planning and maybe study at college, potentially at UW-Madison. Love the new setup and camera. Looks awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And Madison's a great school. I, in a previous life, gave a few presentations there. So if I look familiar to you, that could be why, if you are in one of those programs. Obviously, you're not yet, Jaunty James, but if you are one of those people, that could be why. Jay Rancher, you've been breaking into the planning world. You're a member of Strong Towns, completed early career internship at a transportation planning firm. You've also began a paid position in your little town in the Bay Area working to be a city manager. Main problem is college and completing school because I hate it and struggle every semester. Any tips? So I guess the first question I would ask you is, are you currently an undergrad? Because if you are, just know that the further you get, the more you'll get to study things that you actually care about. So that makes things a ton better. And then the other thing is, just remember, it's not forever. You're only going to school for a brief moment in your career. Work your butt off, do well so you don't have to stay there any longer than you have to if you don't like it, and give it your all in the classes that you love. And make sure that you mix things up. I know that I had a tendency in undergrad to try to lump together a bunch of classes that I didn't like, and that just made it miserable for me. So don't do that. Also, take classes with your friends. That helps too. But good luck. City managers, it's a great job, honestly. You have a lot of influence. Very political though. So just be aware of that. Kashi the Sky, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. That is awesome of you. Really appreciate that. Anyone who received the gifted subs, you got some new emojis, and hop on Discord and check out the video that's waiting for you. And I am way behind on chat. I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna keep going. I need to be a motivational speaker? No way. I truthfully, that is one of the things about planning, oddly enough, that I didn't really love, the public speaking aspect of it. And here I am chatting with all of you publicly. But this is a lot less pressure, when you're working. I would sometimes feel a pit in my stomach, just really nervous about, right now I'm representing me. I'm showing you who I am, and we're playing a game, and we're hanging out, and I'm drinking a beer, and nothing really matters. If I say something stupid, it represents me poorly. As a planner, if I say something stupid, it represents my community poorly, my mayor poorly, an elected official poorly, the constituents that I work for poorly. So I was very nervous all the time. So it's very, very uncomfortable with public speaking. But I did it because you have to as a planner. And I guess that's something to know. If you're a planner, especially if you're working for a municipality, you're probably gonna have to speak for the public, in front of the public. If you work at like a DOT, maybe not so much. I'm adding some additional parking right here for the football field. And Timbo, I need to have a new channel where I read bedtime stories. So, funny story. Every year at my kids' school, they ask parents, particularly minority parents, they want good role models in the classroom, and they want to read stories. So we've got two options. We can either go in the classroom and do it, or we can create a video. And for the last couple of years, I just didn't have the time to go in. So I could definitely read a video at night, or read a book at night and make a video. And then the teacher has it for the future. So I ended up making videos and putting them on YouTube, reading stories with my kids. And I had the teacher comment. She said, "Are you a YouTuber? Because you're really good at this." And, I just kind of chuckled. I didn't say anything, but it was one of those things where I was found out for being too good at making videos. Sometimes you get so nervous before recording a video, stay-at-home gamer, that you have to put it off for a bit. I still get that. There are some times where I am going to record and I just stumble over every single word that I'm about to say, and I just got to take a step back and not do it because I start to psych myself out. And I don't know that that will ever go away, and it's completely fine. So we're on an ad break on Twitch. I am going to thank everyone who has been sending super chats and subscribing to the channel. David Beretta on YouTube, thank you so much for the super chat. Thoughts on logistics and distribution DLC? I would imagine if they don't do that, they would be fools, because it really just seems like it would really fit this game well if they figure out the whole aspect of pathing, because the pathing is really messed up right now, if we're being completely honest. Connor Barnes, thank you for becoming associate planner. And thank you all on YouTube. I see that there's been a lively discussion over there. Appreciate you all. James, I should have said yes, maybe. And yes, there's a face reveal. It's I've been doing that. Now over to the feed on Twitch. Jerbear, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Snug Marine, thank you for the Prime sub. Harrison, I think I'm a little bit further back than I should be. The Danks, thank you. Harrison, Lord Panics, Frederick 01, Riders. Yes, I am behind. I'm redoing these. I thank you again. I appreciate you. I appreciated you last time, and I still appreciate you. Toad the EMT, thank you. Arizona Cardinals, thank you. Clock Radio, thank you for the Prime sub. Doomington, thank you. Brannon, thank you. Or Brannon, thank you. Milkman, Springer 1985, thank you for the sub. Batch Be Trippin', thank you for the 5-bit cheer. Oh my God, Guru, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Erosia, thank you. Pundy, thank you for the Prime sub. Larat, thank you for the Prime sub. Seriously too cute for you. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Kashi, thank you so much. Kashi the Sky, thank you for the Prime sub. Atomic Maz, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Batch, you cheered again. I thank you again. Batch is amazing. I think that they know that I really appreciate them, or I hope that you do. And if you didn't, you're hearing it from me now. I really appreciate you. Thank you for what you mean to the community. Thank you for the support all the way at the beginning. Thank you for the support now. Thank you for everything. It means a lot to me. Midnight Jakers, thank you for the sub. Surf, thank you. Poop Belter, thank you for the sub. And Frat Star Stallion, thank you for the sub. And thank you all. even if you're not subbed or, you know, whatever, just being here means a ton to me. And I think it's helpful every now and then to kind of just take a step back and really thank you guys, because it is kind of overwhelming as someone who never expected to do this. It's been wild, and I really appreciate it. So regardless of whether you're a sub or whatever, just being here, if you're lurking, it all is support, and I appreciate you. And Batch, you're a cheerer. I appreciate you too. Thank you. Appreciate that. The grid's unevenness gives you OCD. You know what? We're gonna make it even worse. I want to embrace the lack of tight grids, because reasonably, when you have a grid that's a little bit off, you can add some trees. So we've got this, and we'll fill this in, and I'm going super slow. But once this is filled in, and maybe we'll, this is gonna bug me. We'll do a couple of these bad boys, just going back and forth, and tossing in some just gnarly, ugly, mismatched blocks, and then we'll fix it after the fact, so we can get a little bit of movement on. But I like the idea, as we get away from this core area, of having blocks that are a little bit bigger and a little bit uneven and a little bit wonky, because first of all, it's just kind of a mess trying to keep them straight, and second of all, you can plant trees in the middle, so it looks nice. Red October, do I use different roads for arterials, collectors, and regular streets? I do. I haven't so far, but here's what I'm imagining. So this one right here, we need to upgrade this actually to a highway. We're going to take this one, and I thought I unlocked. Oh yeah, here we are. We'll take this, we'll make this a 4-lane section. And then we'll make this a 2-lane section. I've got to turn this off. And then I think we'll throw in a roundabout and then upgrade this road as a major arterial. And what I've been thinking is I want another arterial to kind of tee in. So we'll call a bit of a mulligan right here and send one off this way towards the water. And I think with roads, it's always important to think about why the road is there and why it's going in the direction that it's going, why it's doing anything. Roads don't just, okay, I was about to misspeak. Roads don't just do things randomly, at least in old areas. In new areas, they certainly do. But in old areas, generally the reason why they're going somewhere is there's something major that they are trying to reach. So if we wanted to have a harbor or something, having a road going along here, maybe some forestry, would make a ton of sense. So I'll probably do a little bit of that, and the poop hole. Yeah, if you've got a problem with the grid, the poop hole probably bugs you. Aoshi Day, you love places where the grids are not obvious, like Europe or big areas like Tokyo. Yeah. So we're going to do a little bit of that. Like, we've got a super obvious grid and we have it breaking up a little bit. We're going to continue to do that. It's getting bigger. It's getting more irregular. And as we get over here, we won't even use, we'll just have it off skewed a little bit. We'll make it feel a little bit more natural. And it's important to remember that when roads are developed, a lot of times they're developed by individual developers, and things can get a little bit off over time. So not a big deal. You wish that City Skylines 2 would let you use City Skylines 1 radio stations. So, Gerald WCJ, I'll take a momentary break to show you the Thunder Store, because there is, I want to say that there was a City Skylines 1 radio station. There are a couple of really great ones by this Master Plan Music thing. You can definitely check those out if you want. I didn't put those together, but Professor Abbott, thank you. I swear there was one in here. Maybe I'm missing it. Ah, right here. Diamond City Row, that's Fallout 4. Huh. Hold on. This is going to drive me nuts now. Okay. City Gold Radio is a station that contains music from City Skylines 1. Campus, Country Road, and Synthetic Dawn. Synthetic Dawn's the best one. So, I mean, if you have that, you're already in a pretty good spot. What do y'all think if this tour was at street level instead of bird's eye view? It would change a lot. If I get a good camera mod, I will mix more in. The problem is, and I can kind of show you this now, when we're in photo mode, and let's say, so I usually will come over here, do something like this, and then move along. And then you go back to play it. Sometimes it'll do a weird jerky thing. So, and of course, make a liar out of me. Moldy Bra, you saw Three Lakes track in the Northwoods pack? Must be from northern Wisconsin town? Yeah, it is. There's a lot of nods to northern Wisconsin in a lot of the albums. So yeah. And look at that, of course. It's fine. Okay. I will ask that in a poll. And I'm gonna ask both. I will ask both Twitch and YouTube if I should bring the city tours in more, zoom the city tours more. So let's see. Poll. Should I zoom into city tours more? Yes. Street level, please. No, I like them the way that they are. Oh, that's too long. I like them as is. Okay, no additional votes. And we'll let this run for 3 minutes on Twitch because otherwise I'll lose it. I'm notorious for that. And I'll ask YouTube right now as well. And let's see. Should I zoom into city tours more? Yes or no? They're mostly the same polls. So let's see how you guys feel about that. Ooh. Twitch, it's overwhelming. YouTube is overwhelming. I feel like I'm letting you guys down now. I don't even need to see the end of this to know that I need to zoom in more. 80%. And here's the thing. 2 different platforms, you guys are aligned. So yes, I will zoom into tours more. I'm going to end the poll on, actually, no, I'll let it go. YouTube, there is 1,500 concurrent viewers. You guys are wild. Thank you all so much. And on YouTube, they're asking my ethnicity. Let's see. I actually just looked this up. German, Polish, Nigerian, and Ghanan. That is what it is. That is my ethnicity. Leo Mars, since you were curious. Hunt Dog, if you're thinking of building a small town in Magnolia County, you could base it off Buffalo, Wyoming. Interesting. The next, I don't know if I should tell you more. So in Magnolia County, the next community is probably going to be important. Ghanan, not Guyanan, Ghanan. So those places are on my bucket list now. Gotta go check them out at some point. How do I get these slow movements for before after shots and tours? I just, exactly as I just did it, I just try to go very gently, save them, and I play them back in both saves. And then the real trick is that, hold on. Let me show you the real trick. The real trick is this thing. So I have this stream deck, and if you have one of these, you can set the knobs inside of your video editor of choice to have very slow movements. So when I'm doing it, I'm just going really slow to try to find where both begin and cropping them perfectly so they line up identically. If my editor's doing it, I'm trying to make sure that it's as basically that both video files are as similar as possible, so it's not difficult for them to be able to find where both recordings begin, so that they can make the edits. So yeah. Hello from Oregon. Where am I from? Wisconsin. Yes. Drinking and vibing. I'm drinking very slowly, very, very slowly. This is the milk stout from Left Hand. And the funny thing about a milk stout is that it tastes better the warmer it gets, in my opinion. Until it gets too warm, then it's gross. Anyway, let's get back to it. And I should probably play some parks. I mean, reasonably, that's what we were all about. Spotted Cow? Yeah, got Spotted Cow here. I'm not drinking it. I let you guys vote on this. And I'm going to end the poll on YouTube. Yeah, it ended on Twitch. I will zoom more into the street level. It won't come for the video on Saturday, but the video the following Wednesday, I will give it a shot. And you will have to let me know on stream how you felt about it. Cornholius, Spotted Cow is fantastic. I agree. So actually, I'll take that back. Spotted Cow is reliable. And I love a good, reliable, light beer that you can drink and not worry too much about it. Anyone who's ever tried a Spotted Cow has been happy with it. So that is how I feel about it. Go Gophers. You could say that. Rapid fire Tommy gun. I'm a buff. I went to Colorado. I refuse to accept. I want to say that. So when I went to Colorado, Denver and Boulder were basically the same school. And my last month at Denver decided to adopt its own mascot. And that was ridiculous to me. So go Buffs. You could take that Gopher stuff out of here. Honestly, that Bucky the Badger back there, I went to a Badger game. I had a friend take me to it was the only time I've ever gone to a Badger game, and it was sitting in the box suite. It was ridiculous. All you can eat brats. There was everyone got a Bucky the Badger. Hold on, let me show you. I'm super distracted. This is what I do. I get distracted, and I'll blame you guys because we're all in this together. So yeah, you sit in the box, and they give you one of these, which is just wild. I mean, so it was one of those things where it's the only time. So my wife has done Crazy Legs at Camp Randall, so I've been there for that. But going to a Badger game, this is my only experience, and I got one of these. So if you wonder, am I a Badger fan? I am not. I'm a Bucks fan, Ryan. I see you. I'm a Packer fan, and I know that the Packers are going to beat the Bears, and we'll go to the playoffs. But I'm for college sports, Buffs fan. So there we go. What is Liquid Lakes? What is my beer of choice? Stout, IPA, lager, Hefeweizen, etc. I love lagers. They're real basic, but I like them. IPAs, I have a real love-hate relationship with. So I've got this buddy that I go out and we'll go to grab a beer once or twice a month. And he's a big fan of Fantasy Factory. And if you're in the Madison area, you've probably heard of it. Basically, it's a super hoppy beer. And I feel like when I have super hoppy beers, my throat feels like it's going to swell shut. And it's not nearly as bad as my wife, who, legitimately says that it can be painful. But I'm not a huge IPA guy as a result. Oh, and this bugs me. So here's what we're going to try. I heard that the key wall that we can add using this mod, what is it called again? We are going to be using the extended road upgrade mod. I want to adjust the zoning here. So we'll add a key wall. And oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Donut Monger, you've just made me so happy. That is ridiculous. Oh my goodness. So yeah, it is a key wall. So we've got some weird fencing around there, but I'll take it. I don't even care. That's dope. I love that. So that basically just saved me a ton of time here, because so this is super easy to use. Extended road tools. You go in, you find the key wall, and it's just like the other upgrades. So you can see when you zoom in really close, it's on one side or the other. So I'm just upgrading this side to be a key wall to block the zoning. And I'm doing the exact same thing here. And now once these spawn back in, I wonder, can I just like right mouse click to remove this? Oh, that is so nice. Why isn't this functionality in the game? Why isn't it in the game? Yeah, so the key wall is a zoning toggle. It's awesome. Yeah, that is sick. Really happy about that, because that saves me a lot of pain. I was going to delete these alleys again. And honestly, one of the reasons, so I was talking to Lee Hawkins about this a little bit the other day. City Skylines 2 is just really slow. Like the growth and development in City Skylines 2 is really slow compared to City Skylines 1. And I think one of the reasons for it is some of the zoning wonkiness. And this kind of solves it for me. I like that. I like that a lot. I like that a lot. So thank you, Donut Monger, for letting me know that. Digital SCR, let's go. You made it. You did. Thank you for being here. Edward, hey man. Edward, thank you. Hey man, would you make a series reviewing some real life cities and their urban planning? I talked a little bit about that in the previous one. The only reason that I have been hesitant to do that is basically that cities are reflections of the people who live there. And what I want isn't necessarily what the people who live there want. And there are reasons why things are the way that they are in different communities. And knowing that, if I were to get really negative about certain aspects of a community, I'm kind of attacking those people. And there's too much of that on YouTube, in my opinion. Too much negativity in the urban planning space. I think it's not helpful. I think it's counterproductive, and I don't necessarily want to be a part of that. So I don't know. I guess I would, if I were to do something like that, just knowing who I am, I would probably talk more about the strengths and opportunities of cities. I wouldn't necessarily talk about, I wouldn't necessarily want to roast cities. That's just not my style. There's negativity in the urban planning community. Yeah, I think that there's a cynicism, personally, and I think it's counterproductive. I don't think it's helpful. The OG dude, you want a console version? You're fine. Like, waiting means that the game's going to be really good for you. I hope. So I understand how you feel. I also think that it's going to end up being a better game and better experience for you for waiting. So I wouldn't get too busted up about that, I would say. Oops. Oh no, I'm taking out a whole commercial building for 1 square of residential. Gated communities, not yet. This place is too small. Hello from Pittsburgh. You finally caught one of my live streams as an OTR, over the road truck driver. You hate how your city highway network is compared to other cities. You wanted me to take a look at Pittsburgh and let me know what you think. You're happy, but you're happy, man. You finally made a live stream. Easy gaming. Maybe we'll do that at some point. Yeah, we'll take a look. Remind me. Don't let me forget. Synthic, maybe I could go look back at urban planning at an earlier time frame of a city, like 100 years ago. So that I would be very, very open to, because the urban planning profession has done a lot of bad things. Let's just be totally upfront about it. Redlining, just general planning practices. The reason freeways exist in a lot of different areas was to decimate communities of color and folks that didn't have a voice in the planning process, and to clear them out. So yeah, I would love to talk about stuff like that. that also feels a lot less. I mean, that happened, at least in the US, all over the place. So shining a light on those sorts of things and why communities are the way they are. Like in my community, for instance, there's a lot of segregation, and a lot of it comes down to redlining and people still living in those communities that they were redlined into or out of. So yeah, the town is going broke. It is going broke. We'll make it better. As long as we keep hitting those milestones, we'll never go completely broke. And if we place a bunch of parks, we're gonna be fine. So I'm gonna place a city park. We're not gonna place that on the main arterial. We'll back that up. And I think we'll have another large park. We've got some larger parcels over here. We've already got a cemetery, which is kind of a park. I don't know how you feel about me calling it a park, but it kind of is. I think that's probably the only spot that we have right now that actually fits. So I might add one over here. Flameblade, I guess maybe you're a better and more positive person than me, but you'd still argue that maybe a lot of people in this world deserve to be attacked for their unsustainable and destructive life choices. So here's my feeling on that. So I think this is more of a philosophy, more of a life philosophy, I guess, from me and just generally. So I used to try to impose my feelings on other people. And what you find out is whether it's politics or religion or any number of things that are really core to a person's beliefs, when you confront them in an adversarial way, they tune you out immediately. And if you want people to listen to you and you want to maybe make a change, you need to take their position seriously too. You need to understand why they feel the way that they do, and try to learn from their perspective. And the only way that you'll ever get them on your side is to respect them enough to listen to them. And so that's another reason why I think that attacking, like for me, I think that attacking mentality sets urbanism back. So I think that it makes people dig in and say, I like my Tahoe, and I like, if you attack people and say, just reasonably, your views suck and you're a bad person, immediately they go, oh my goodness, I hate you. That's like that. I have a real problem when people will go out and say so-and-so is a racist for whatever belief that they have. Not necessarily. And the moment you accuse them of that, they immediately tune you out and you've lost them forever. So just, that is why I can't do that. I want to engage in a conversation and talk with people. And I have strong beliefs. I think that if you're in here, our beliefs are likely very well aligned. But the way that we get to the change that many of us would like to see, I think needs to be more positive and more conversational and more collaborative and less combative. And reasonably, if there's anything that I am disappointed in the world today, it is the combativeness that we see everywhere. Like, it sucks. Phil and Jeff Jackson ticket. Who's Jeff Jackson? I don't know if I should look this up on stream or not. I would never want to be anything political. I've thought about, I have the opportunity now that I am no longer a planner to go ahead and run for city council or a commission. And I got offered the opportunity to be on a commission. And it immediately made me go, I need to take a break from all of that. And I would never want to do anything that is that, like, I would never even want to be mayor of my community. It's just not me, not my personality. There are some people who want to do that stuff, and I respect the hell out of them for that. It's not me. Way more stress than it should be, way less pay, unless, of course, you find ways to make money, which some people do. Ben Sanders, you love how people complain about politics and city planning. It's mostly politics. It is mostly politics. Like, that's the thing. I've heard people complain about that, and I've seen, not heard, I've seen people complain about like, oh, your videos are getting too political. Planning is politics. And if I'm going to talk about planning in a serious way, I'm talking about local politics. And that's just the nature of who I am, what I've done. Total noob. Being mayor sucks. In your opinion, being a council member? You know, yeah, there are some things. So take a step back from that for a second. It depends on the organization of your city. If you have a weak mayor, then yeah, being a mayor kind of is a figurehead position. So basically, if you have a weak mayor, the mayor is a tie-breaking vote, and the council is really, they have much more power, and that's when you have a city administrator. If you have a strong mayor, the mayor has final say over most things, and there are a number of things that the mayor is appointing and generally controlling, and there is no city administrator, so they really are the end of the line. There are some things that the mayor will control that never go to council. So it depends. Game mechanics question: how exactly do buildings choose which road to connect to when the roads are close? It's random. So that's one of the funny things. So let's go for a 3x3. Whoops. We'll go for a 3x3 right here. You can see the street that it's on based on this opening right here. But if I click this, sometimes on some streets, it will switch. And of course, this is not going to be one. But yeah, it's really kind of a crapshoot. This one's not, but sometimes it is. There's an ad break, so I want to thank people once again for subscriptions. And let me see. Nice Gar, thank you for 6 months at tier 1. I appreciate you. The serious Lee, thank you for the sub. Abigail Lilac, thank you for the sub. Actually, if I'm gonna do this, I might as well make it nice and big. David Allen, thank you for the tier 1. Dimet, thank you for the sub. Tilly Cat, thank you for subscribing. Brain Freeze, thank you for the bits. Game question: how can there be commercial demand when the commercial districts you have are struggling? That, in my opinion, is a bug. I think that what's happening is the commercial demand in the city is being fulfilled by people leaving the city, and all of the buildings in the city are not getting customers. That's at least my understanding of it. I've seen a couple of people speculate that anyway. You Dad, thank you for the sub. Has Helps, thank you for the sub. Javelin Joe, thank you. Guy Gao, thank you so much for the prime sub. A Greg, thank you for the prime sub. And Not Mike, thank you as well for the prime sub. And just, yeah, really, really grateful for all the support, everyone. It means a lot to me. I'm going to go just a quick second on Be Right Back, and give me just 2 seconds. Okay, I had to blow my nose, and I'm doing the face cam thing, but I'm not doing that on cam. So Brain Freeze, I didn't leave you. Gunther, it's kind of neat putting a face to a voice. You're much younger than I thought. I am 37. I'm not super young. I feel like, show you the tissue. This is the same tissue box that I got made fun of in the last stream for, because I had it over here. So I decided, I had it over here and I got made fun of for it. So before I started today, I consciously said, I'm not getting made fun of today. And I took it and I threw it over here just so you guys can't see it. So yes, it was the first thing that you looked for. Alex quits playing. Yeah, I see you. See, I'm thinking, and I'm not letting you guys make fun of me today. But you got to remember, I just got done seeing a ton of people for the holidays. I'm going to see a bunch more people coming up. It seems like everyone and their brother is sick. I mentioned that at Christmas, a kid was sick. I don't know how nobody in my family has gotten sick yet, but it's a matter of time. And that's as soon as I get sick, we'll have a break on videos, I guess. I just need to stay healthy through mid-February when I head out west. I just really don't want to be sick for my trip out west. You broke out the nasal spray, Ben. I've been taking multivitamins religiously, and I've been trying to make sure that, you know, when I see someone sneeze, I back up. But ultimately, what happens will happen. And apparently, my immune system is just a beast right now, and I'm not getting anything, which worries me because I'll get it when I don't want it. Charles, my face is not what you expected. I hope that's a good thing, or maybe it's a bad thing. I don't know. We'll see. Glad you like the City Skylines 1 videos. Not Mike. Do you think we'll get zoning setbacks? It'd be great to be able to plan for road upgrades. No, I don't think that we will. I think the best we could hope for, because things are basically as they were in City Skylines 1, would be that we get a 4-lane road that has a large grassy terrace. And a 4-unit road with a large grassy terrace. I'd be fine with that too. So we'll see. How about remaking poorly planned cities, improving them in City Skylines 2? Oh boy, the process of remaking them is a lot of work. I learned that with Venice, Florida. But I do want to do some real city recreations again. I had a lot of fun with that, and one of the things that I really struggled with in that video was the road tools, because they were so crude in City Skylines 1. So now that we have excellent road tools, I think I could do some really fun things in there. So I'm going to look forward to stuff like that. I will be blunt with you and say that I've actually, for the first time ever, I've got a ton of content already planned out, which is really, I try to be organized and I try to plan my content. But my editor will tell you that I fail. And this time around, I've actually have all of my videos mapped out through mid-February. So we'll see. B Weenie, you're super sick. Thanks for keeping you company. Hopefully you feel better. Sorry to hear that. And yeah, happy to be here. Easy Gaming, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I appreciate that. Does my editor do meme chapter titles? No. So yeah, that's a good question though. So what my editor does is puts together a rough cut of the video. So the reason I have all of this stuff behind me is I actually still edit every single video. My editor will do a rough cut of the video in Final Cut and give me an XML file that I load back in. And then it's really been wonderful, because what it allows me to do is go in and add jokes and cut things down further. So the last video, so if you are a channel member or a patron or a subscriber here on Twitch, you can look at the Vimeo folder, and I usually will upload whatever my editor gives me. So the last video was 58 minutes long, and then I took that video and I further cut it down. Let's see. It's 53 minutes now. So it's a longer video, don't get me wrong. But cutting out, actually it was an hour when I got it. It was, yeah, an hour and 30 minutes. The hour and 30 seconds rather. So I was able to cut about 7 minutes out of there. That's just, it's gonna be something that I know what is okay to cut out. I can add some voiceover, I can add some jokes, I can speed through things, I can add some music to make things a little bit funnier. So all the meme titles, all the memes, I'm adding all of those in. So yeah, That's me. So that's what I get to do. So when I was hiring an editor, that was something I was super specific about, is I want someone who is okay handing off the video to me and letting me do what I need to do. And because of what my editor does, I can pour so much more time into making sure that the video is really, really good. So I love it. 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 My editor's amazing. And the process that we've refined over the last year has been wonderful. I just love it. The course editing down in raw footage is honestly the most tedious part. Yes. Knight, you are 100% right there. That is the part that it's honestly not fun to do that rough assemble. At least for me, it's something that I would sometimes just absolutely dread. So having someone do that for me, and being able to just write some instructions, and I guess I love, like, if you guys suck me into content creator talk, I'm gonna bite because I love it. But I'm happy to, if you guys have any questions about that process, I'm happy to do it. CPP stream this late, amazing. Got a great voice and chill tunes to fall asleep to. Hey, appreciate you. Thank you for being here, and feel free to pass out. That's fine. Yeah, most of my streams are late because during the day today, for instance, I was editing. So I got the assembly edit. I wouldn't even call it necessarily a rough edit because, like, they're putting together the tour. And I will generally iterate off the tour a little bit just to do a couple of things. The tour from the most recent video, I did nothing with. I was really, really a big fan of it. But sometimes I will kind of tune things down or change the transitions. The one that is in the Saturday video, for instance, I changed a bit. But yeah, I spent another 6 hours probably editing the video, doing a little bit more work. I found Lord Vanden. Where did I find my editor? I found my editor on YT Jobs. Let me see. Distraction time. Yeah, this is where it was. ytjobs.co. Patty Galloway put this site together, and it's really good. If any of you are aspiring editors and you want to have a career in YouTube, I will tell you, anyone who actually followed my instructions got a conversation with me, like a real conversation. Because I only had a couple of requirements. I just wanted someone that had a strong command of Final Cut and had Final Cut. So yeah, that was 6 hours to edit. I get up a lot. So yeah, I received so many submissions that were just people spamming me because they were just applying to anyone who would listen. And to me, that is super frustrating. So it was a good site, but there are certainly frustrations with it. But I found someone that I feel like I'm talking about Match.com or something. I found someone that I feel like I really connect with, that gets the vision that I have for the channel, that is a go-getter, that's a good person, that is punctual and talented, and I would be very sad if they left. I'll just put it that way. I've never been happier as a content creator than I am right now. Good morning from Germany. Oh my goodness. It's got to be like 5 in the morning for you. Thank you for being here, Bratwurst. Love the name. Has helps. You found love in a hopeless place. Finding an editor is really hard. It's not a fun process. I've had at this point, let's see, I've had 1, 2, 3, 4 editors. The first editor was through an editing house. Absolutely love that editor. You know, I one of the first times I came on Twitch actually was to watch one of their streams. If they're ever on and we happen to be raiding at that time, I will dump us all in there. Even though you guys may not want to see someone casting Rainbow Six, I'll still do it. And then after that, I kind of had some editor struggles. and it was not a happy point for me. So finding this editor has been just an absolute privilege to work with them. It's been amazing. Kimmy, this community is awesome, even though there's almost 700 people in the Twitch chat. It's so cool that you can have so many conversations with everyone. Keep it up. Thank you so much. Kimmy, I worry that I am talking too much. I watch other people, so I'm not good at streaming. I don't know if you guys know that. I worry that I talk too much and play too little. And if I am ever doing that, please let me know. I'm trying to balance it. A Fisher, do I think the population in City Skylines 2 is more accurate? Absolutely not. I am Panta. I'm doing great. I appreciate that. Streaming is like Seinfeld. Every stream is about nothing. I'm trying to have a stream about something. That is a thing. And that's probably the YouTuber in me coming out. I feel like, particularly on YouTube, I mean, I get disappointed comments every time from people basically saying, oh boy, like I see the topic of the video and you didn't hit it. In the last video in particular, I missed some things. The last stream, not video. And that's kind of I don't fault someone for feeling that way. YouTube is video first. So if you have a video first platform and you get something that looks like a video, it has a thumbnail and it shows up on your feed and then it's 4 hours long. It's kind of jarring. So I appreciate that. It seems like since I've been multicasting and doing the chat on Twitch, at least for me, it's been a much more laid back experience. So in the future there are really good alternatives to Final Cut. Bargle Rage Quit, such as K-Dive Live, which will allow you to hire an editor without having to worry about software costs. Yeah, I love Final Cut. You are going to have to pry Final Cut from my cold, dead hands. It's not happening. Final Cut is like, the thing about video editing is you have to find the editor that speaks to you, and the magnetic timeline is so amazing. So I will never, as long as Final Cut still has updates, I will be using Final Cut. I understand Resolve's amazing. I understand there are alternatives out there. I understand everyone else uses Premiere and loves to pay Adobe their exorbitant fees. I'm not that person. I paid $300 for Final Cut, and there's an excellent community of people that are putting together assets for it and title screens, and I've been learning motion here and there, and I just love it. I'm never gonna switch. Yeah, nearly 1,500 watching on YouTube. Thank you, Derek Felchford, for jumping ship and coming over to Twitch. Appreciate you. Have I done a setup tour? I have not. I'd be happy to. I just don't know. I don't know if anyone wants to see that. Applesauce used Filmora. I tried Filmora once. I don't know that I would ever use Filmora after the shenanigans they pulled, though. Our poop pit's getting very large. I'm getting a little nervous about that. Well, guys, I think we might. Do we even have any points? I think I used up. We do have 2 points, so we should get that at the next milestone. We're gonna have to get to the next milestone soon because our time is running out. I sold Sipple Ray. It hurt you greatly that City Skylines 2 doesn't have a Mac version. Tell me about it. I am a Mac user. I am such a Mac user. I worked at the Apple Store. I was a campus rep at the University of Wisconsin, Stevens Point. I absolutely am a huge fan of all things Mac. So I think it absolutely stinks that there's not a Mac version. of City Skylines 2 as a content creator and a Final Cut editor. I got my Mac Studio here, and then prior to the Mac Studio, I've got this, my MacBook Pro, and this is what I used for editing for the first couple of years. No offense, but I look like an Apple person. What does an Apple person look like? I don't take offense to that. But yeah, I wish, this is a really powerful laptop. I wish I could play City Skylines 2 on it. It's the glasses. I can't see without the glasses, guys. If I take this off, so I can see, I can't even read the chat. I used to be able to, it's gotten worse. But anyway, yeah, this is an M chip. This is one of the most powerful M1 MacBook Pros that you can get. Absolute monster for editing. It should be amazing for gaming, but games don't come out for it, and as a result, I need a PC. So over the last 2 weeks, when I've been home like every other day, and it's made it impossible for me to do anything. And it's actually made me, for the longest time, I've had a personal and a work laptop on both Macs, and I'm actually getting rid of my personal laptop, and I picked up a gaming laptop. And I spent part of the day actually today setting that up because, and it's actually, you can see it down there, because when I'm not here, I need to still be able to do things. So yeah, definitely a bummer. I bought a second computer because of this game, because the game is what I do. So, but this laptop, it's a Zephyrus, Asus Zephyrus laptop, awesome laptop. So, no, the Legion was I got the Rogue. Legion was close. I wanted something small, and this is just, it's teeny tiny. It's 14-inch. It's got a 4090 mobile in here. It's awesome. So that's the reason why I went for it. My thought process is that basically I could do most of the recording at home, and if I leave, I can still do B-roll and things like that and get it to my editor. So yeah. Beef jerky, do I still practice? I don't, not right now. If I go back, it'll probably be in the academia. You genuinely enjoy building PCs, never got into Macs? I enjoy building PCs. Like, I built both the streaming rig that I'm currently, operating OBS on, and I built my gaming rig. So love it. Absolutely love building PCs, and so that performance video, so maybe I'll give you the background. So my wife was going up north to see family, and I had 24 hours by myself, and I spent most of that 24 hours awake, building different computer configurations. I had a blast. This whole office had computer components as far as you can see. I have a test bench that I was plugging things in and out of. I also had both of these computers testing things, and absolute blast. So I do miss that when I'm on a Mac, but the Mac is just so good. It's just so good. The M series of processors, it's just outstanding. Nerd Church, the little spotted cow in the corner. If you're close to Wisconsin, drive across the border and get some. Yeah, and Mac OS is so clean. It's my preferred operating system. How do they fit a 4090 in a laptop? I have no idea. I'll tell you what. So I booted up City Skylines 2 on this thing, brought up Magnolia County, and it chugs in comparison to my gaming rig. So it's the mobile variant of it. If I do the performance test, I'll probably run it on here just to see. And I also have a Steam Deck I'll run it on as well. So it's not as good as my desktop by far. And, we're looking at a 1440p display as opposed to 4K, and it's still not running as well. So, what their naming convention is and what it actually is in terms of power, definitely different, but it is a beast. This thing easily handled it on default settings. And once I was able to tweak things a little bit, I was able to get it running pretty well. So yeah, it's pretty good. City Planner professes. Yeah, mobile GPU is so cut down from the desktop. Yeah, they're not, it's just a name. How does Tile City Skylines 2 legs view with a 3060? It's all about settings at this point. If you have your settings adjusted correctly, you shouldn't have to do it, but you do. If you adjust your settings, you should be able to get the game running on a 3060. I've got a 3060 on our, so we have a gaming family computer, and I've had no problems playing Skylines on there with my kids. So the main thing is there are just certain settings that you got to turn off, and reasonably, even though the 3060 is a great GPU, you kind of just have to run at settings that you probably think are worse than you deserve, which is really crappy. You have a 1660 and it works decently. Yeah. So the Bearded Guardian, you probably are just, I mean, your settings are probably appropriate for your system. That's the other thing, is the game is by default going to give you some pretty, I'm going to buy a bunch of tiles real quick. We're trying to snake our way towards the water, and I want to throw an arterial in the one that we talked about earlier. Yeah, the game is throwing some crazy settings at you. The big one, it's still a big one, is VSync. And I thought in the most recent update to City Skylines 2 that they addressed the VSync issue, and it's not on by default, but on this new laptop, sure enough, it was enabled. And I was losing probably 15 FPS, and I'm saying probably because I didn't actually have it enabled, but it was noticeably smoother once I disabled VSync. So I don't get it. I just don't get it. Why is it enabled by default? Moldy Bread, you got it running on a AMD GPU on Linux? Ooh. A lot of people have been asking about that. What I've been thinking for the next video, the performance video, talked a little bit about that earlier. I'm probably going to have some sort of I would like to have some sort of a community spreadsheet where other people submit their results. Now, how I go about that, I would have to police that somehow, and I don't want it to become a full-time job. So I've got to give that some thought as to how to do that. But that has been something, that's kind of where my head's going with this next one, because I think that there are a ton of people who are on the fence about purchasing City Skylines 2, or even if they have already purchased it, playing it, and they want someone with their configuration to tell them that it runs okay. So I think that as a community, we can all come together and do that. Is Phil buying the tile satisfaction as satisfying? Is Phil buying Tile's satisfaction as satisfying as when Bob Ross beats the devil out of the brush because we know something is about something new is about to happen soon? Yes, I stumbled through that, but I would hope so. We're gonna do something big. We need waste treatment. We need harbors. We need to not be losing money too. So we'll take a moment there and just bump everything up. Actually, I'll leave it down for people. So yeah, hopefully that works. You love how I connected the intersection? I just try, pretty basic, but I hopefully that works. I don't love that we've got this alleyway coming in here. So I'll probably sever that, but I don't want to lose it. So we'll do something like this. Now it looks like we severed it when we rebuilt this. I like that a lot. Let's see. The arterial looks very, very, very straight. It is very, very, very straight. It's also very, very, very angled. Has helps you believe that children are their future. Teach them and they will lead the way. Sure. Um, I should really be going to bed, but this face is. Corey Skiba, thank you. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. All right, so now that we have this, you can kind of see where we are going now. And it's going to be really awkward because we're going to need to fill this in. I think we're going to work on some industrial. And I'm going to do something just like this. I talked about the messy grids. Here's where we start. There's got to be a first for everything. That's way too many crossings. We're going to eliminate some of those. But I want them to line up. And then here, just come in nicely. Yeah, I like that. So what I'm going to do to sever these is just add some nodes. I love watching the trains do that crazy stuff. I just want to basically do something like that. So you can see that the roads used to connect, but now they no longer do. Ronnie Finn, for once, you can actually catch a stream. Good morning from Europe. Ronnie, I'm going to try to have some streams that are a little bit more European friendly. I know this is bluntly a crap time for Europe, an excellent time for Australia. And if you're in the Midwest on a Thursday and you don't work on Friday and you're okay drinking a beer, it's a great time for that as well. Ben, your main problem is that when you grow in the city, it's almost like you let it grow too fast and it grows out of control. It's funny. I don't have that problem at all. My problem is that I do this super slow. And I feel like, I mean, look at this. The stream's been going at this point for 2 hours and 17 minutes, and we've grown the population by almost 1,000. No, I get it. I'm talking a lot, and we're having a good time. But under 1,000, like it's probably a me problem. You're currently in year 2030 with 48,000 people, very slow build. Yeah. So we're still in 2023. And granted, I mean, I guess I'll keep it even slower. Yeah, it's very, very slow. Zinni, you don't work on Fridays, so you could stay up late watching CPP? Love that. Don't feel bad. You've been working on the same project for 2 years now. That's the way to do it. So I'm really hoping that for Magnolia County, I know that Colossal Order warned that there could be issues with saves breaking, with water. I'm thinking that because I've been very, very, very cautious. When I placed the water, I didn't put many of them in the map. I'm hoping that we have no problems because I want to build Magnolia County until my computer says no. So that's my goal. I would keep redeveloping it and keep changing things and keep tinkering around. And yeah, long urban planning projects can take 30 years. Yeah, I mean, so you look at the horizon of certain plans and it's, 10 to 20 years. So yeah, absolutely. Any word on Chuckles 2024 happen for a city? Chuckles, we've got plans for Chuckles. Chuckles is not just going to be he's not just going to own a taxi company. We got more plans. And this is a nice grid. It's just that it's still a grid. We're going to keep gridding until we get out of the core of the city, but we're loosening up a little bit. We're letting loose. We're taking off our Mr. Rogers sweatshirt and staying a little while. Actually, Ghostly, you recently bought City Skylines 2 after watching you for a while, and I'm really confused about demand and zoning. Demand keeps increasing even when I have unoccupied buildings. Any advice? Oh boy. Yeah, so the very first thing I would say is sometimes the demand, you don't need to necessarily respond to it. So it might say you need a whole bunch of commercial, but half the time you'll see that you actually have no need for it. So you kind of have to freestyle a little bit and understand what your city actually needs and kind of play around a little bit. The second thing is don't be afraid to zone things you don't need. So if you want to zone a bunch of single family residential, even though there's no demand for it, think of it as planning. Not a big deal. And then the other thing is look at communications and other city services. The first place I would look is right here. Look at your happiness. Right now, the reason why people would not want to live in the community is you'll get mugged. So we want to check that out. The other thing you can do is there's a city information right here. Click on this and it will tell you point blank why each of the zoning categories have or do not have demand. So for low density residential, for instance, right here, availability of jobs. We don't have enough jobs, and that's why commercial and industrial are so high. Same thing with medium. It's why residential across the board. I'm honestly pretty surprised that our crime problem isn't manifesting itself here. I guess half the reason we have a crime problem is that there are no jobs. The other half is that there is no police station. So all good reasons to have a crime problem. I guess we should place one of those. So I thank you for making me dive into that. What day does a tornado siren go off? I can't remember. I should know because half the time I feel like I'm recording in the middle of it. We'll place this on Garnett Street so that it's close to Pine Street, which is our arterial. So that should work out. That's not close enough. I get it close up. There it is. There we go. Got a good one. First Tuesday of the month. Is it really? E. Johnson. I may be late to the party, but Timberborn update. I haven't played the update yet. We'll probably have a Timberborn stream at some point. People voted for Transport Fever. I have both, obviously. So yeah. Milkman, you said emote only chat and it didn't work. It'll come. And then either I need to remember how to disable it at some point. Oh, have a hype train. Oh my goodness. Thank you all so much. That is wild. This is yeah. You'll have limited access to earn exclusive emotes. That is awesome. Guys, thank you so much. I appreciate all the support. It means a ton to me. Wow. That's the second one tonight, and I really appreciate it. Kishi boy, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. You guys are awesome. I've missed a number of bits and subs, and I just want to thank you all right now. I will go through all of those in the next ad break, but man, you guys are amazing. Just really appreciate all the support. And there's the emote only chat. Joke's on you guys. I don't know. Okay. Banana Man knows how to turn it off. You know what, Banana? I think I'm going to let you figure out when you want to turn it off. And in the meantime, I just see a bunch of funny emojis that make me smile. And now you guys can see that I'm smiling, so that works. And it's time for me to just, build quietly. Build quietly. Or is the emote only chat when I look at YouTube? And I thank DeAndre Goodwin for becoming associate planner. Thank you. Thought I saw Bluey for a second there. Yeah, so I on YouTube, I see a lot of surprise about seeing my face. Here it is. Thank you. Glad that you guys are here. Anyway, thank you all so much. Really, it's really awesome. We're at level 4 hype train. So that is wild. All of the subs, all the bits, all of the support. Holy cow, you guys are amazing. I'm gonna take a quick second. I'm gonna zone this all in really quickly, and then I want to thank all of you guys who have thrown support my way. I really appreciate that. I am going to, first thing we're gonna do, my problem, maybe my biggest problem with this game is that there's a lot to do, so I find myself like plopping in parking lots and things like that. We're gonna go fast. I'm gonna try my best to be a speed builder. I don't do that. But I know that these factories, oh, look at that. I go crazy and I get milestone 5. There we go. Milkman, how many beers will it take to cure your misery after the Bears beat the Packers? Milkman, you take it back. You take it back. That is not going to happen. If that happens, first of all, that'll be 2 years in a row that happens where a team that doesn't matter beats the Packers. I tell you what, if the Bears win, what do you guys want me to do? If the Bears win, I'll wear something on stream or something. I got a cousin who, so I went to the only Packer game that I've been to was at Soldier Field, where I watched the Bears lose to the Packers. It was amazing. But if the Bears win, you want me to have a happy and rewarding life? Well, Poop Bettler, that is very nice of you. But I think it'll end up being like my fantasy football this year, where I was in first all season for what would have been the championship. I was very clearly the strongest team, but when it mattered, I had my worst game of the season. And very sad about that. I'll still have a fine life, but I'll be sad about it. Same thing if the Bears win. If the Bears win, my neighbor is a Bears fan. I'll ask him for a shirt and I'll wear it the next stream. If the Packers win, I'm gonna just rock Packers gear. And make fun of Bears fans like I normally do. I have a bunch of family in Chicago. They can handle it. Bears fans, that is. Bears fans have been losing for, well, since I was born, basically. Since the 80s. So at this point, it's just a time-honored tradition that the Bears stink. And every year they wonder why the Packers are better. And they get a great draft pick and they squander it. So I fully expect the Bears to have the exact same experience this year. Maybe they beat the Packers next week. Maybe they get a laugh. Then they'll get their first round pick. They're either going to trade it away and it's going to be an amazing pick and it'll be something that haunts them for decades, or they will get rid of Fields and they will regret it. He'll end up blossoming, becoming an excellent player somewhere else, and the guy that they pick will end up stinking in the NFL. That's my projection. So this next week, I mean, the Packers aren't going to the Super Bowl this year. I expected the Packers to have a terrible season, and this has been, the most fun season in my adult life. I've really enjoyed not having Aaron Rodgers on the team and watching them do really, really well. It just feels like a bunch of humble young guys getting out there and doing it. It's been a lot of fun. So if they don't do well, I'm good with it. It's been fun. Hellion, it's 8 a.m. for you. But you've been awake all night. You just can't sleep because of the excitement. Due to the excrement pond position. Oh, we are very close. Did you see it? It actively grew while we were over here. All right. We've got a Jordan Love is fun to watch. Absolutely. I love Jordan Love. The other thing about that, now you guys know that I am not white. And I remember as a kid being told, you're a wide receiver because quarterbacks aren't biracial or black. And it's been really cool seeing someone who looks like me become a quarterback. It's been really neat, for the Packers anyway. Never thought it would happen in my life. And we're in emote only chat. I don't know who did that, but I appreciate you. Let's see. Dermishka, thank you so much for the super chat. Your uncle once met Mike Ditka. Apparently he was grumpy and sad. I've heard that too. I'm going to take this moment while you guys can't chat with me and only send me a bunch of emojis to thank you all. So, seriously, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Abigail Lilac, thank you for the sub. David Allen, thank you for the sub. Demet, thank you for the sub. Tilly Cat, thank you. Brain Freeze, thank you for the 100 bits. I think I keep going backwards. I need to figure out a way to tag this so that I'm not reading the same people over and over. I'm sorry, but I still thank you just like I did the last time. A Greg, thank you. Not Mike, thank you. Rye Guy, Genuine, thank you for the tier 1. Tide Pods, thank you. Easy Gaming 412, thank you. Monty Boo, thank you. Hairzon, thank you. Beef Junkie, thank you. Beef Junkie, thank you for the bits and the sub. Hey, and hey. Country Powder, thank you for the bits. Atlantic Canada type city someday. I could see doing that. Kishi, so I could see doing something. I want to say Zardis had a border series at some point. I could see doing that, and that would be a lot of fun. Kishi Boy, thank you for the sub. Actually, Ghastly, Moondog, Skedaddle, thank you for the bits. Hype Train, we're at level 6 now. Audacious Danny, thank you. Instant Egg Rolls, Coal Plate, thank you. Rational, thank you. HWF, thank you for the Prime sub. I am Keebler. Thank you for the sub. Do I know you? Are you a friend of mine? Because if you're not, you just happen to have a very, very suspiciously close name to him. Peaches, thank you for the 300 bits. I appreciate you. Rocket League, thank you. Lord Valdron, thank you for the 1,000 bits. I really appreciate you. Canthus, thank you for the Prime sub. Dottie Green Dot, thank you for the sub. Dr. Botchcraft, thank you for the sub. Goldie Wrath, thank you. And Maddie G, thank you for the tier 1 sub. So, wow, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you. I just can't say it enough. We're on emote only again. Maybe once that's done, you guys should tell me how you feel about it. I'm seeing lots of great emotes though. Stuff I've never seen before. I love it. I've seen some Jedi. Love that too. All right. I'll build some stuff. I love the chuckles. Okay. As I thank you, we are beginning to crest. So, yeah, what do I do? Okay, it's a race. The race is on. We're going to do it. All right, we're out here. Let's just do it. We've got to buy the wastewater treatment plant, and let's speed run this thing. So we should be able to make this look really nice because we have all of our new road tools. That looks terrible. And you guys can't talk, so that should make me better at this, right? Batman. That is the exact response I would expect. Hype and chuckles. I can't look at chat right now. It is too obnoxious. It's too awesome, honestly. Got a virtual hug from the Twitch global emote. What is that? Is that something we have now? I feel like I should contribute. I'll give some Imperial Jedi booties. There we go. All right, so let's see, wastewater treatment. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. This goes out to about here. I think we'll put this on this diagonal road, and then we'll go out. I'm gonna put a finger on my screen and try to extend out to there. And then, let's see, we'll get this thing placed. Did I get far enough? Yeah, it's good enough. And then I think we'll run this back here. But I'm going to make this even bigger, and then we'll add our key back here. The thing about emote only is I don't know if you guys are making fun of me or not. You might be. Bob Ross is in jail. Oh, and the funny thing is, now that I've added this, I don't even need, I could go and delete that poop pump, but I just want to see what kind of pandemonium breaks out by leaving it. So we're just gonna, we'll see what happens. And then, oh, that is just terrible. Just terribly ugly. I can't leave it like that. So we'll disconnect it and roll the dice once again. Let's see. Okay. Please consider a cooldown on redemptions. 5 days or so. Okay. I will emote only off. Yes, I will don't go to the Okay, I will change that one. We don't need to have emote only every 5 seconds. You are free. Like a 30-minute calm down. Yeah. I will adjust that after the stream. In the meantime, can I ask you guys to be on your best behavior? Because I am not fast. I'm not fast with changing settings. 30 to an hour cooldown, that's probably good. Regelos, thank you so much. You say that I have one of the best speaking voices cadences out there. I appreciate that. I never expected to hear that. It's been pretty surprising to me. So I appreciate that. So I think, yeah, we'll do something like this. I want to extend this out further. I don't know why. I don't know what we're going to put here. I know that we have upgrades that we could add on. We don't need them yet, but I'm going to plan for them. So let's see. I'm going to right away add this once again. This is the very best way of playing City Skylines 2, by the way, is to just put your finger on the screen so you can measure things. I really wish we had a planning mode where we could just place buildings and like figure things out without me getting my greasy little fingers all over everything, but it's what we have. So we're just gonna roll with it. Let's see. You got a refund, Poop Bettler, on your channel points. I gotta find other things to do with the channel points. I don't know if you guys would be interested in TTS, but I could do that and set that up. I've honestly been having a lot of fun with that with my family, to the point that I recently played. We've been playing a game called Casting Shadows. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. It's a board game. So I've been playing that with my family along with Sushi Go. Got young kids, works really well, and I've just been having fun using TTS to gloat. So that's my preferred way of playing board games with my family. And I'd be happy to bring that in here as well, but it could get irritating, so I'd have to have a cooldown on that as well. And oh my goodness, what is going on in the water? I disagree. It is not in the water. Okay, I think, oh my goodness, what is going on? It's driving me crazy. That's what's going on. We should be able to put redeem channel points to get a citizen named after us. Ooh, it's not a bad idea. That's not, but that means I actually have to follow through. Yeah, I would need to make that. I would need to make that a fairly expensive one. Use the key wall too. That is exactly my plan, stay-at-home gamer. We are on the same page. So basically, we have the ability to do this now, which is going to be really outstanding. I don't know what we're going to put here. We'll put something. It may be that we add a harbor. We don't have any money right now, so we shouldn't really be spending it. I mean, reasonably, this is a pretty expensive purchase for a city of this size. So we're just playing a little bit, having some fun. And Let's add the key wall here too. This is so nice. This should be in the game. This is the kind of thing that I don't personally understand why it's not in there already. I'm gonna go a bit further down so we get the dark blue because it looks a little bit nicer. Oh, that is spectacular. That's what do you guys think? I'm into it. Oh man, the key walls and the road managers change your life. Yeah, Folly, it's so good. May you have a shout out to your YouTube channel, 42 Set Hike. I think I just did it without realizing it. Generally, what I would say about shout outs, and I've told this to people, unless it's directly in your genre, it's probably not going to help you. I mean, so for me, for like a shout out on the channel, I love to spotlight smaller city skylines YouTubers. Actually, I meant to do that monthly and I've forgotten to, so I'll need to do that soon. But if it's not in the genre, it's probably going to hurt your channel more than it helps, reasonably. And if you just think about it, just from like a logical standpoint, someone that watches City Skylines, they might not want to watch your channel. They might want to watch it. So yeah, there are definitely, I mean, get that shout out, but make sure that the channel is perfectly aligned with yours. Robert Robinson, thank you so much for the super chat. You've read critiques of hierarchical roadway systems that's common in the US. Thoughts? Hate 4-lane collectors with traffic signals, or you hate them? There's always a hierarchy. It doesn't matter whether it looks like this or not. When we had just this road as a 2-lane road going up and down here, there was a hierarchy. So it's, I hear what you're saying. But even on in a European city that is very organic, there's still a hierarchy. Where hierarchy goes wrong is often in suburban areas where hierarchy becomes the leading charge of the day and the only thing that matters. And when you use hierarchy to basically completely segregate uses and make places not walkable. But generally, I think that hierarchy is a good thing. I think that you want to keep certain types of traffic in certain places. Think about it. When you have a roadway hierarchy, it means that traffic stays in specific places. So I don't know. That's why I think it's not a bad thing. I'd rather have traffic concentrated where you want it to be. It also makes it more predictable when you want to pedestrianize a place, what roads you need to focus on. Instant egg rolls, you have the legacy flavor mod, but you can't get your zoning to look like mine. What are you doing wrong? I can show you what mine looks like. I will quickly go through these. And I have the set sticky whiteness. The main look of mine is these couple of settings right here. The cell opacity is really, really low because I'm really counting on the outline of the grid to show you what it is. There are issues with legacy flavor. I've kind of mentioned this. The colors are off and I've tried to regenerate the icons. Sometimes it works, most of the time it does not. Whether I'm in custom or default colors. The default are actually not the game defaults, but the defaults of legacy flavor. And then the custom is the game default. So it's kind of confusing. So yeah. Oh, the poop. Oh, the poop. I forgot all about the poop. Yeah, the poop. We'll get rid of this. It is very brown over here. And, you know, it says that these folks are drowning. I think it might be something else. The nice thing, I know you guys are worried about the poop. I'm not super worried. So we'll make the poop pit big. Whoa, look at the sky. And, oh, wow. What is it doing? It is just getting bigger. Okay, that was not what I expected. We'll just cover in the poop. That'll fix it, right? It's spreading. I know. I don't know why. It looked like when I made the hole bigger, more poop showed up. Yeah, it's fertilizer. We'll just farm this area. I'm not worried. Where on earth is the poop going? It's following the roads and people are just driving through it. I guess I could prevent them from parking in it. The nice thing is no one like, hold on. What are you doing? Manuel Murray. Just going for a leisurely stroll through the poop. I can't imagine this would smell very good. I'm really genuinely curious. Yeah, just a casual stroll. And you can see it's getting up to the knees at this point. Are you going? Well, let's see. Going. Destination. We're going to this. Oh, going home. Oh, the reason why Manuel's walking through the poop is he has to walk through the poop to get home. Well, hopefully it improves. Hopefully it evaporates at a minimum. The thing I'm really curious about is, are we ground polluting this entire area? Let's see. We have not. Okay, well, you know, there were a few accidents that we had, and it's okay. It's gonna be fine. It's got to go away at some point, right? Alternatively, now that we've risen this up, what if we just drop it way, way down? It just grows. It doesn't make any sense. Look at this. I'm not... Okay. It's like an ocean of poop now. It was so small before. It doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense at all. Okay. Well, we'll just fill it in. And, yeah. That makes sense, right? This is why you build water pipes underneath the road right where they belong. It looks better. You know what? With a bit of management, I could have pushed the poop right into the landfill. For now, it does look better. I mean, right here, Clay's feeling neutral, moving in. Welcome to the community. This is the community where you have to walk through the poop to get to your residence. It'll get better. I have a feeling it'll get better. We've got some awkward stuff going on here. Yeah, watch your step. Not a great time over there if you're living over there, but they'll be fine. But the one nice thing is all of our demand has rebounded, and we're making money now finally. So I gotta get disconnected, but we're actually in a much better spot than we have been in for a while, even though we've this poo thing going on. I'd say we're fine. I'm not gonna worry about it. Maybe that's the better way of putting it. Any tips on how to get low density to all face the same way on a block? Go very slow. Use paths to block things, or use key walls now if you have this this mod that I have in here. Yeah, the extended, not extended tooltip. Which one is this? The extended road upgrades. If you have that, upgrade to key walls like we have been, and it does it's magic. Elizabeth, how much longer do I plan on streaming? I'm scheduled to go till 12:30. I've never stopped at that point in time. I wanted to get to 5,000, and it feels like we're not going to get there unless I go hard. So I plan on going hard. We're going to go absolutely ham and just start zoning up and gridding up a whole bunch. I think... What do you guys think? Should I just go hard and just like... You want to do some geoguessing? Okay. It's currently 12:20 for me. I'm going to slap the grid tool down and do some stuff. There has to be a way to get to 5K by 1240. Okay. We're going to go for it. And then I'm going to set up a poll on both YouTube and Twitch. And I'm going to ask you guys, if we do GeoGuessr, it's probably going to be a short one because I need to wake up in the morning. And we'll see. So let's see. I will not allow extra votes. I'll give you 3 minutes and I'll ask the exact same question of YouTube. And if you guys want to do it, we'll at the very end probably run like maybe 1 or 2. In the meantime, let's just go. We're just gonna rock this. I will have one quick sip. Now that that's gone, let's do it. I don't have to wake up. You have to wake up. You don't go to sleep. So that is my fear. My big fear is that I will not go to sleep. I am notorious. I'm a notorious insomniac. What is going on with this? What is that? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I mean, it kind of looks cool, but I don't want that. Got rid of the whole street. Okay. I feel like we're finding some bugs tonight. Water feature. I opened up. Yeah, it's the, we're in the upside down now. It loves that. Look at that. Oh boy. It just is like, you're not doing this. You're not doing this, sir. You can even see the crowd. It's super screwed up. Well, oh, look at that. I think I've cursed this whole build. I don't know what's going on. Oh, super weird. Okay. Well, I think we fixed it, but that was super strange. And of course, I would never run into those things because I hate the grid tool. I just don't use it. All right. So here's the thing. How do I keep this consistent? So that is 32.4 units. So we'll do 34 maybe, or 34 units. Yeah, that's okay. And let's see. This game hasn't had enough of the grids. It has. Let the roads go where your heart dreams. Who needs math? I wish I felt the same way that you do. I was supposed to be freestyling right here, but now I just want to get going. The people want to grow. That's what we're going to do. And look at that. There we are again. That is bizarre. Okay, well, I'm going to trigger a few of you right now, and I'm just going to brute force these in. The grid tool is super dodgy. Let's just see. Can I make this happen? I'm not zooming in because I don't want to trigger you guys. We'll look at the work afterwards. This is how I film videos. Just from like out here. It's the most unnatural way of playing, but it looks super cool in video. At least I think it does. Mid road is crooked. So you think it's crooked. I say that was a plan. That looks beautiful. Don't look at it too closely. Why don't I use the grid tool? It'd be so much easier because the grid tool was creating stuff like this. These loop-de-loo things. I don't like, and then we add this in and it gives us this and it breaks our arterial. So I don't know what's going on with this, but it's super unhappy. And I'm pretty sure we just broke Francis Street, which is being renamed every time we do something here. Grid tool is terrible in City Skylines too. I agree. Poop Pond? Poop Pond is poop gone. Looks very, very good now. Apparently, everything is fine. Don't need to worry about that. Make your pit, hide your... Oh, actually, I'm curious. I'm sorry. I'm going to get distracted again. If I just drop this down, look at that. It's totally fixed. The water mechanics are totally broken, but that's okay. We'll use them to our advantage. This is super unnatural that it's this long like this, but it's fine. And also with the terrain right here, we're not respecting the topography. Just knowing that this is here, I'm going to stop gridding for a moment. And we'll do something like that. And then we'll send the grid off this way. There's not much terrain in this city, so I feel like where we have it, we should definitely take advantage to create a more interesting roadway layout. Please put some commercial in this vast in this vast grid of residential and a bit of variety in types of housing. Yeah, we definitely will. So I'll probably keep it close to the arterial here, and then we've got to have another arterial going off this way. Reasonably, Elk Street probably should have been one. I think we're gonna we'll take Alyssa and we'll upgrade that one. And I'm getting kind of chaotic here because that's what we're doing. And let's see. Got to name that district the Tenderloin. I love that you add those cross streets and make the grid more interesting. Truth be told, it reminds me of Tacoma. Yeah, I think it's super tempting in these games to just, especially with the grid tool, to just grid the whole thing the same way. I think you've got to turn on your contours and figure out some ways to make it a little bit more interesting. And truthfully, I would much rather not be using any of these tools at all, but it would just take forever. I think we'll go up to maybe another couple blocks. We'll go up another 34. And this is going to work a lot better, it seems. Maybe it will. I can't tell. We're at our city limits. And we get... I shouldn't do this. But I am very irritated with all of the errors. So we're going to bypass validation check results. This is probably super foolish, chat. Wish me luck. So basically what I've done is I've forced anarchy on. And I should be able... I could build outside of the city limits if I wanted to. So let's see. We'll go to 34. And I'll buy the tiles afterwards. Did it break? Oh, it's fine. It's okay. I'll buy the tiles. And now we'll get rid of bypass validation. Okay. I think we got away with one. We got a little bit of weirdness right here, but we're fine. Oh. Do you think in a real life Hexagon City would ever do I think Hexagon would ever work in real life, or people be too upset about not being able to drive straight across town? I think it depends. I mean, if you were to try to retrofit in a Hexagon, I think it could confuse and upset some people. But I think if it's what people have and what they expect because it's what the community's always had, it's not a big deal. Cheating in 4K? Damn straight. we are doing what we have to do right now. Because some of the errors are just so ridiculous. Oh, like that one. Like, why? Why are you gonna give me that? We have all of this flexibility, and then we've got this little nubbin right here, and a very unhappy. I mean, granted, I could just do that, but it just sometimes it feels like you've just got to force the game to do what you need it to do. And some of the errors like that one, like it was upset for some reason, but I upgraded in a different order and it was fine. And there. Good. Good enough. And we'll leave this. We still got a full grid. We're good. You started Verde Beach exactly when your kid was born, so you started watching the first episodes with her sleeping on your chest. Verde Beach will always be a special series to me. Thanks. Her Russell, thank you for that. That's awesome. It's wild to think about how long it's been around, and I hope that your kid is. I hope you're enjoying being a father or mother. Yeah, those days are super special. Does CS2 allow for mods yet? Just unofficial, but truthfully, the unofficial mods are pretty outstanding. I am totally on board with the Thunderstorm. You know, without modding, I would really be struggling with City Skylines 2. There are just certain things that absolutely stink. And I think if you're playing the game already, a couple of the things that stink, the whiteness view that you normally are supposed to get. So when you pop in and you get this, I mean, what is this? I complained about this when we had the creator early access. I said, this is a nonsense garbage view that most people don't want to see. And if I want to see it, I want to enable it and not you know, not have this be the default. Not having the line tool stinks. So having the option there is great. Having the ability to have adult trees because of the line tool for decoration purposes, that's pretty great too. So yeah, there are definitely, like, I understand that the modding is currently unofficial. But boy, oh boy, is it good. I couldn't play the game right now, or I wouldn't be enjoying it as much as I am if I didn't have it. Oh, I made a mistake. There we go. Now we got the underground power. Yeah, that's a blinder view. It really is. Taste, I'm not saying your full name, but yeah, you stopped playing CS2 until mods fully release. I get it. I mean, I've looked at the Steam charts. I don't know if you guys have, but I fully believe that the reason why things look as bad as they do is because modding's not available. And there's the blind view. It's kind of amazing to me, truthfully. It seems like it's so obvious that mods, especially, I mean, if you've taken any time with City Skylines 1, mods are City Skylines. So to launch the game without it was pretty kind of a baffling decision in my mind. Have I placed the taxi service yet? I have not. Thank you for the reminder. Let's just do that. We'll get it upgraded right away. We'll place it. I think we're gonna place that. I feel like these things are always tucked away. This is a pretty undesirable location, right next to the train track back here. And then we'll add in the dispatch center so that they can serve anywhere. Thank you for the reminder. And I don't know if airport is in here, but snail hell, thank you. Want to do anything in City Skylines 2? Better get out the sunglasses. Everything in my desk is wrong right now, so normally for some bizarre reason I have sunglasses, but I don't, so have they fixed the ugly looking roads? No. Did I sort out city taxes yet? I boosted them a bit. We could probably go a little bit higher. Honestly, I should probably lower office so we can get office in here and then boost up their taxes, because office is bugged right now, I think. And you start to see that we have like no office in the city, yet we still are generating a ton of revenue from it. Chuckles for president and CPP for vice president. I don't know if I'd want to be in a Chuckles administration. Is performance actually better? It is. So I don't want to be too... I don't want to reveal too much. But when City Skylines 2 first came out, I could not wear what I'm wearing right now the entire time I was playing. So I'd start out with shorts, and I was like, I'll do shorts, that'll be fine. And then I ended up needing to, not have a shirt on while I'm playing the game. And all of a sudden I'm in shorts and no shirt every time. That was all I could do. So it's my GPU is not running at 100% all the time. That's helpful. So yeah, it's a better experience. It's not perfect. I think we all get that, but it's gotten a lot better. I think my biggest issue. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. My biggest issue at this point is simply some of the bugs. I mean, I want performance to continue improving. I want stupid stuff like this to stop. But I think that ultimately, right now, my biggest thing is I want some of the bugs fixed. So hoping to get a nice curve into here. And then maybe I could have some sort of triangle. It's just not working. And I'm supposed to be speed running, and you can see how good I am at that. Let's see. Yeah, we'll do something like this. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about what I've just done here, but I'm not giving it too much thought. Let's see. You can run a vent from your computer to the window. I could. I have a window. It's right there, but that just seems so obscene to me to do that. Do I have a streaming schedule? I stream every Thursday, and I keep telling myself that I'm going to add another day, midday. So far, it's been really difficult with the holidays. We'll see. I will say I absolutely love streaming. It is an absolute blast, and showing my face has made it even more fun for me. So yeah, we'll see. I want to keep up a fairly routine schedule. The other thing about it is I do wonder, and maybe you guys feel the same way. I feel like with 1 day a week, it's just not enough. Like you can't accomplish enough in games. You have to refresh when you come back. You can't really get as invested as maybe you'd want to. But ultimately, I'm not. What am I doing? I'm not going to do anything that interrupts the video schedule. So that's my first and foremost. And I know I've even seen comments where people have said, love your streams. Please don't let it interrupt your video schedule. So I'm very, very mindful and cognizant of that. As long as you're on a second day, it's not Tuesday. It won't be Tuesday because videos get released on Wednesday. So that I'm always cramming or potentially cramming. Sorry if it's already answered. Join late. Is the tutorial series coming back, or is that done now? It is coming back. In fact, here, I'm going to take a quick second. Hold on. I've got a whole schedule. January 20th, we are going to be talking about communications because I think that's really important. So that'll be the next one. So one of the reasons that I took a break on Tutoria is some of the bugs just got in the way of me being able to actually have the series work. So yeah. Jarvis, zoom on that monitor. That's what I have the motion blur. That's what I'm supposed to do. That is right there. That is my whole workflow. This is me and my editor going back and forth, and all the old videos. You can see those are all thumbnails. I try to keep super organized. Yeah, replays. Streams equal no edit. But here's the thing. I like editing. I think it's a lot of fun. I tried Notion. I use Asana. I like Asana better. But yeah, Notion, it seems good. It just seems like, it's like OneNote. I know OneNote is not the best software for, keeping track of all the things I'm doing. Notion might be better. I could do everything in Notion, but I'm stuck on the things that I know. What kind of feature am I most surprised about in City Skylines 2 compared to City Skylines 1? Without a doubt, the road tool. The freedom that you have out of the box is just it's sick. It's absolutely outstanding. The one thing, it's the one thing that for me makes it hard to go back to City Skylines 1. There aren't many of those things, but that is like the one thing that makes City Skylines 1 feel super dated to me. What do you guys think? What is your thing? I think we're gonna run this back here, and I'm gonna do some things. Create an RCE poop river. We are done with poop for the night. We have had our experiments and things are working well. Sometimes you let good enough be good enough. Yeah, the zoning. I do like the zoning. I like that industrial has been separated from office. I like mixed use in theory. I find it really strange that that we only have mixed use commercial and residential. It feels like we should have more. So I'd love to see commercial and office and residential. Anything. Do you think upgrades should be able to be placed within radius rather than being attached to a building? Absolutely, David. So that is one of my big complaints about this whole upgrade mechanic, is that, you know, for instance, you know, let's say I wanted to place the high school football field across the street. That's totally rational, or across a road, or with some space in between. I feel like you should be able to do that. You just can't. Mixed use office and industrial, that'd be great too. Yeah, and steel airship. Yeah, it brings up, we need small Main Street buildings. Yes. So that's probably my main critique of these buildings is we've got these mixed use buildings. And if I were to take any of these, so we've got these small little commercial buildings. This is going to be like 10 stories. I mean, it's the same thing with the apartments. Here's another critique. But I think the low rent housing should probably be, there should be different variations of it. Right now it's high density, and I would really love to see a medium density because this is way too big in my opinion. That's huge. The only thing I can do to fix this is something like this, which stinks. And now these two buildings will be exactly the same. Do I think we'll see any row commercial? In mods for sure. I don't know if we'll actually, I mean, the region packs are such a wild card. It's hard to say. Low height density multifamily homes would be great. Yes, I'd love to be able to create an apartment complex. So there are still whole zoning categories that we don't have access to in the game. Oh, we don't have a fire. How did I miss all of these things? Okay, this will be our city services complex, I guess. Because I just missed it all. I'm going to run this along the backside here. And we'll just call a quick mulligan on this. And maybe we won't. It was really hard to get it right there. So for now, while we're trying to speed run, we'll just toss that right here. Milestone 6. This is why we don't need money. This is why, because we're continually making money. Okay. Loan limit, advanced pollution management. Whatever. Very good. I forget. Classic CPP. I forgot all about the fire. When have I ever done that before? The fire coverage. React, don't proact. That's what I do. Would it be interesting to have a tool to create strip malls? Absolutely agree. The urge to reinstall City Skylines 1 is rising since you don't have 2 yet. Would be maximum potato mode. If you have Game Pass, give it a shot. I'd say give it a shot. If you don't, try one of the dollar deals. What do you have to lose? All right. So here's where we get our 2,000. And here's what we're going to do. We're just going to drop in a whole bunch of parks. Then we'll give a skate park right here because I feel like that's where it would go. This will be our buffer. And then I'm going to throw in, we don't have a dog park in the city yet. So we've got to add in a dog park or 3. And then we need communication services because we haven't added those yet either. So we'll have an east and a west dog park. And if you ever wonder if parking is actually a thing in City Skylines too, yeah, you know. The row homes have no garages and they just litter your entire street with cars. Honestly, this is fine. When you have cars on the street, it means that ultimately the street's narrower and cars go slower. At least it should be. Dog parks should be in the Constitution. I agree. What's factored in the park placement for planning in real life? When you develop a neighborhood, a certain amount of park space is generally required per acre of land. And the developer will look and try to find land that isn't valuable for one reason or another, or that could be a selling feature of a community. So a lot of times you'll see it as a buffer in between residential and apartments, or you'll find it in an area that maybe isn't buildable for one reason or another, has some slopes, different things like that. So generally it's in an area that for one reason or another would not be very saleable. Row houses are perfect for streetcar suburbs. I completely agree. Porco Rosso, you always unlock parking ASAP. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. These tornadoes are absolutely crazy and they don't do anything. At least I haven't noticed them doing a ton, but they just incessantly there. We have an ad break on Twitch, so I'm going to give a couple of thank yous out. And Lord Valdrin, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. Kathleen, thank you for the Prime sub. Dottie Green Dot, thank you for the tier 1. Dr. BXX Craft, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Giddy Wrath, thank you for the sub. Matt G, thank you for the sub. Blatant, thank you for, or Bullet, thank you for the Prime sub. Drunken Renegade, thank you for the sub. Laugh Out Loud, okay, buddy, thank you for the sub. Nell Knight, thank you for the 1,000 or for the 100 bits. What kind of GPU and CPU do I have? Sorry if you've been over this. So I actually have a kit set up. Let me grab that and I'll drop a link. So hopefully I don't blast you with a bunch of noise. I'm gonna try not to. Give me just 1 second and I will drop that in. So one more. Just played a portion of the next video. Hopefully you guys didn't hear that. Okay. So YouTube already has this in the video description, but here you go. That is my gear. And oh no, I lost all of my, I lost you, Twitch. Okay, there we are. Nell Knight, you got another, you gave me another 100 bits, asked the same question. I appreciate you both times. Meangar, thank you for the tier 1 sub. And Chubby Panda, oh, Chubby Panda, thank you for the Prime sub. And I want to thank you for your help on Magnolia County. Without your video, it wouldn't exist. So I appreciate that. And I see that you've been knocking out of the park on YouTube, so keep up the good work. And with that, now we're gonna rock and roll. Okay. So basically, the meanest gaming PC you can get. Yes. I appreciate you. Yeah. So, Porco Rosa, I built my computer over a number of months and just as things became available, I got it. Yeah, I will admit it's a really ridiculoly beefy setup. I feel very lucky to have it. It's awesome. K-Bob, so whoever mentioned using the key to force zoning, you have a very angled, non-straight grid city, and it's saving your hair. I can imagine. Wrigley, you built a 5800 X3D with 96 gigabytes of RAM. So that's the funny thing. Right now, we don't really need RAM. That's been like the weirdest thing, is we just don't really need it yet. It'll be interesting when we actually do. Right now, I think I'm maxing out at like 20, but I have 96 gigabytes of RAM too. Totally useless. It's excellent when you have a super modded City Skylines build, but not super useful here. So I'm just gonna kind of pepper different zoning through here. We'll try to mix up the sizes too. This is a main road, so I'm gonna have a lot of employment uses through here. And I'm gonna go mostly low density. Oh, we have a gap there. And then we'll have some row homes in here as well. Well, I mean, streaming games is your job, then having a great, yeah. So, V5VV, that is exactly why, like, it's, when I knew this was going to be what I was going to be doing for a while, I decided that one thing that I can do to make this really special is to basically show the very best version of whatever I'm playing. So that is what I've tried to do. I mean, I think that is something that, I don't know, it's kind of neat. CPU seems to be the current bottleneck. Above 100,000, yes. So that's the funny thing with the performance video. I never went higher because I was having so many GPU issues that I just figured it doesn't matter, and that was a total oversight on my opinion, on my end. Colossal Order marketed no artificial limits. I mean, there are no limits. It's just that the game is so hardcore that you'll hit the limits right away. I mean, if my computer struggles, I really feel bad for some other people. But it's gotten a lot better. It really has. Wonderful to see you playing. This game is prime inspiration for our students in our urban planning program. Just like SimCity, for most teachers, keep up the good work. Sandspring, I really appreciate it. That's awesome to hear that that you are actually using this to attract students. Truthfully, I think there are a lot of planners that would say that, you know, SimCity is what helped them actually understanding that planning was a thing. I was certainly one of those people that didn't know that urban planning was a thing until then, plus living in LA and wondering why the city was laid out the way that it was. Hello from Austria. Hello. Styron Eagle. Appreciate you being here. Thank you. Why is the zoning on a weird angle on that last street? Is it a different angle? Do you mean right here? It's kind of angling around the bend. Or is there one that's totally broken? Yeah, I mean, there are some stuff, like, I don't understand why it's doing this. I can upgrade it to make it stop. You know the funny thing? I am just now realizing that I got super distracted. I asked a poll about GeoGuessr 30 minutes ago. YouTube's is still up. Twitch's is gone. YouTube says yes, and YouTube, you will win. So Twitch voted no. Really? Okay, well, we'll see. Actually, it's 12:55. We're staying here until we get to 5,000, so it might not happen. Is this going to be the one time the tornado, because of what I said, Myrtle is upset and it's going to come and take this thing out? Okay. Where's it going? Okay, it's going away. We've got fires, we've got tornadoes, everything's fine. Don't worry about it. 24-hour stream then? At this pace, yes. All right, we're just gonna throw in a bunch. All right, I know, I'm gonna control this. We're gonna control this. I was about to just go ham, but I've gotta pace myself. Now we can. Now that we have this little key wall here, I want to hold. Oh, sometimes I forget that I can't just go over the top of zones like I used to be able to. And that was clearly one of those instances. Have I tried extra landscaping tools yet? I tried extra landscaping tools for about 10 minutes before the stream. So I haven't done much with it yet, but from what I see, it seems outstanding. What do you guys think? Have you tried? Maybe some higher density behind the main commercial street. I think we're gonna have a few blocks of row housing behind this, but I'm gonna avoid all high density with the exception of low rent housing until we have a larger footprint for our city. So we'll have a couple of these sprinkled in, but nothing all that big. And I might leave this and we'll just decorate that eventually. Okay, now I can finally run this thing. And we have just crazy zoning. Honestly, it's absolutely wonderful that we can do this with the... Oh my goodness. This is gonna ruin me to playing vanilla right now because this feels like I should be able to do this normally. OctiSim, thank you for coming from YouTube. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Good morning, son of Papa from Italy. Finally a face to amazing content. Your YouTube videos are a joy to watch. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Yeah, it was an accident to face reveal, but I feel really good about it. I feel really, really good about it. To me, I guess to me, the streams feel a lot more personal. I don't know how you guys feel about it. Your only issue with doing this is that you can't use trees in the roads. I'm gonna take it away. Yeah, I'll definitely take the grid away, or take the key walls away. I just want things to zone in quickly, and then once it's in, it's just as simple as coming back through and right mouse clicking, and it just removes it. So it's so cool. It's so great. Was it easier to face reveal since you're not in the public work sector? Yeah. So I've mentioned this on other streams before, but when I became a YouTube Black Creator of the Year, my entire name made its way onto YouTube, and I was sitting at work just panicking and thinking, oh my goodness, my boss is gonna find out. All of a sudden, on the YouTuber wiki, my name was on there, and as soon as my name was on there, my face is out there too. And because of that, my face started being associated with the channel. So if you Googled the channel, my face would be out there. So it was really nerve-wracking when I was actively a practicing planner, because I was out there at public meetings in particular. It was a thing. And also at one point, I remember receiving a call from a local TV station, and they said, hey, you got this YouTube channel, want to talk about it? I was like, no. So yeah, now that I'm not working actively in the public sector, it is much easier to show my face. Yeah, it's nice to finally see your real face. It's funny how different your mind gives gives voices a face in your head. Turns out you're completely different. Yeah, so that's one of the things that it was interesting. The kind of nerve-wracking thing for me, and maybe for anyone who hasn't shown their face, besides just you actually have shown your face, is that what if people see your face and go, oh my goodness. I don't like what I'm seeing. We got a new signature building. That's great. So that was certainly on my mind. But, you know, bluntly, this opens up so many opportunities as well. You know, now I can go to conventions, and now if I see you in the grocery store and you say hello to me, I don't have to be weird. So it's in my opinion, really nice to be able to finally get it out there. Honestly, I never needed a face person behind the voice. Your content spoke for itself. I never cared at all about what you look like. Nothing negative here. Appreciate that, Regulos. You know, it is weird though. I mean, I feel videos, I think it's super easy to not show your face and have a great time. I do think it's better on streams to have, you know, personally, I think it's better to have a face. I'm gonna throw in a couple of nodes of commercial. What DLC would you port over to City Skylines 2 if you could? No thank you. No thank you, mister. I would Park Life, without a doubt. I think it's the ability to make really grand parks is just really missing. And the way that parks were incorporated into the game, I think is really kind of kind of a miss. What I mean is, so we've got this gigantic city park right here, and I can't connect into it. Why can't I? I can I'm clearly snapping to it, but because there's all these fences everywhere, and because we have all of this manicured grass, I can't do it. So I think that there, with some of the anarchy mods, you can now. But yeah, it's in the vanilla game. I just don't know why we don't have it, and that makes me miss Park Life even more. Ben, yeah, you think we need Park Life too? Yeah. And Soda 2, baseline stream makes it feel like you're actually hanging out. I completely agree. That was one of the reasons why, like, when it happened, it's like, all right, time to just lean into it and embrace it. And the other thing, I mentioned this a few times, I felt like I'm leading a bit of a double life. Like I remember, so I met so we had it was a Hot Ones challenge in my neighborhood where, you know, we got all of the Hot Ones, hot sauces. And I became friends with one of my neighbors, and I told him what I do. And it was one of the first people. He's like, "Oh, cool. So you're on camera." And so I was like, "No." And before that, it was really hard to explain because it feel like I was hiding what I'm doing. So now I can actually tell people, you know, this is what I'm doing right now, and I don't have to feel weird about them knowing. So it's nice. Yeah, the Hot Ones challenge, I made it all the way through. So my buddy actually, he said, I got to number 9, and I bought I love hot sauce, but it about got me. So I made it all the way through. The next day was rough. The other thing is, it was a bunch of us just hanging out drinking beers in a garage, and it was a really nice day, and I stayed way later than I should have, and I had to go to a pumpkin patch the next day, and I've been here now for 3.5 hours, and I've had 1 beer. I might have a second because I'm ridiculously hot. I had many more that evening. And going to the pumpkin patch the next day was no good. Nixie Lee, you would have cried after 2 or 3 hot sauces? No, the first, I use number 1 or number 2. It's actually just a really solid hot sauce. The third hot sauce, which is kind of a medium spice, it's fine too. Number 7, whatever it was, did me in. And I actually have the Hot Ones pack, so maybe at some point I'll bring them in. Number 7 did me in, and it was brutal after that. Number 9, the reason I stopped is it wasn't that bad. And I started to be a little bit concerned that I was dealing with it. And then the final one was not nearly as bad as number 7, in my opinion. Oh, shoot. There we go. So now we just start loading things up. How was the next day? It was a mixture of the most hungover I've been since college, and my wife was not impressed with what I did to the bathroom. It was bad. It was really bad. It was very painful. I did not. Yeah, the bomb. That's the one. That is so brutal. Number 7 is the bomb, and it is the worst. I would say if you're going to do a Hot Ones challenge, just know that number 7 will do you in. It was so bad that many of us were looking like, was there a mix-up? Like, why is number 7 so hot? But it just is. Okay. So now we're just spamming. And things are, it's like, you see it breaking the zoning as I go too far? There. So I'm going to let this grow in and we'll see. It says I need commercial and industrial, but we've got a whole bunch of commercial here. And it's not even filling in. Oh, I see what the problem is. Okay. There we go. Lodia's Greg, you've had it and it's not so bad. I disagree. that was terrible. Peaches Melba, you don't get the City Skylines 2 zoning and it drives you bonkers. So I've heard that a modder is working on the next version of zoning control, and for all the reasons that it's a struggle in the game, it's making the mod difficult too. So yeah, it's kind of a mess. Does this area need an elementary school? Potentially. Yeah, let's see what this one. It's not filled up, but you're probably spot on there. I probably could use one. Also, let's just look. Internet service and mail is probably an issue as well. So jobs. Let's do the internet thing first. We got dog parks. We got dog parks for days. Captain Sky, you like the beard? This is a tame beard. So I will readily admit that after my first stream where I looked like I was rather disheveled, I decided to groom myself a bit more. So I think face revealing will also force me to up my game. Maybe I'll actually go to a barber shop for the first time in like my adult life. I'm gonna just drop this. So I kind of want to have commercial along. Now it's Forest Street, even though I was holding all this zoning back. Let me see. Yeah, now I've broken it. Now we're gonna stick with what we were doing, and I'll keep that priority there. In fact, I might even keep this sidewalk there. Maybe it was already answered, but do you think Colossal Order should have included the previous DLC improvements into City Skylines 2? No, I don't think so. So I know that that's probably an unpopular opinion, but I totally understand why Colossal Order held back some of the DLC from City Skylines 2. My bigger concern is that there are some things that were introduced in DLC that are kind of just like basic at this point, like bikes, that for me, why are you gonna hold bikes back? Like it doesn't make a ton of sense. The other thing is I feel like some mechanics are just so much better as a DLC where they can dive in and really focus it and refine it down. Stuff that you just they're not going to give you that level of depth in the game. So because of that, I'm okay with some things waiting for a DLC. I just, again, yeah, bike paths. Where are they? Where are bikes? Bikes are not a base part of City Skylines 1. They came out with that after dark. So they were added, but they were added. I mean, trams were part of Snowfall, and they got added to the base game. So I don't understand why it was removed. You think when Colossal Order is comfortable releasing DLCs, you'll actually start playing the game? So they're saying that the first asset pack will be released Q1, so sometime between now and March. Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, I think, like, I'll just be upfront and say I think the game is fun now. I think that it's also irritating sometimes. So if you can overlook the irritation, you'll probably be fine. But I do think that there are certain things that are going to take this game to the next level, and it's not going to happen until DLCs can come out. Will we see some custom assets soon? We are going to see some custom assets, I think, as soon as the editor is available. We'll start to see some of the region packs and stuff. But honestly, until the editor is done, we're not even going to see unofficial assets. If you've used the editor, you'll know that it's super rough right now. Like, making Magnolia County was not a super fun feat. Certain parts of it were just, I will just be honest and say it was a chore. The water features in particular are just super broken right now. So I can't even imagine making an asset in there because it's just that broken. TTV, Hey City Planner, loved watching your videos about City Skylines 2 before they came out. It helped, and it helped me want to play the game as it is. I used to never be able to play the game without infinite money and stuff. Now my city is doing good and it's turned off. That's awesome. I love to hear that. And yeah, I have such mixed feelings about the early access videos. And I've heard people be unhappy about them and unhappy with the creators that participated in them. So I'm happy to hear that you enjoyed them, because I know that is something I've even seen comments as recently as the last couple of days with people unhappy about that. The thing is, the performance concerns, I think that many of us, myself included, were not probably naive in believing that they would be resolved, because we were told, just one more patch. It's coming. It's going to be great. And then that patch never came. So the other thing is, as soon as I could talk about it, I did. And I tried to put my money where my mouth was and kind of just put together that video. So yeah, it's a weird thing. I feel very conflicted about it. Oh, and I just need to be using the upgrade. The key wall. There we go. I just want to make sure that our industrial buildings are actually spawning where they should be. There. Good enough. Too many games releasing unfinished broken occult sim. Yeah, I agree with that. I do think, I feel this is obviously just my personal feeling. I have no insider knowledge. I would imagine that the developer probably wouldn't want to release a game that isn't complete, but when you have contracts and obligations, you end up releasing it. And that I hope that publishers start to get it, like that people don't like this. The biggest problem with unfinished games is the rise in developers abandoning their game. That's the one nice thing about this, is I don't think that this is going to happen with this, but I played Mario Wonder at the same time as this initially, after release, and you play Mario Wonder and it's just like, holy cow, this is a polished game. Nintendo is not going to update this thing unless they're adding something to it. So that the experience that you're having is outstanding, is going to be outstanding. If you see a bug, you've accomplished something. So yeah, it's disappointing that more developers and publishers don't have that mindset. Yeah, games feel like they're being released solely on deadlines rather than an actual product, and that's a real thing. Look at it this way: So they developed this whole game, and it took them wind damage. Okay. Well, that won't help us reach our milestone. They built this whole game from the ground up, reusing basically nothing besides knowledge from City Skylines 1. And they had no money, basically, outside of like the DLC and revenue that they had coming in. But they could have had that money, the revenue and DLC money, regardless, without creating this game. So reasonably, they were developing this game on faith and hope. So I get it. And if you're a new developer who doesn't have a smash hit that sold millions of copies before then, 3-4 years of development without any revenue. The thing is, there is a solution. Early access, betas, they're very common now. So why not release the game early access, cut $10 off the cost of it, and say that you're going to run into some issues. We want to know what the experience is like on your configuration. And, so that, to me, that's the main thing. I mean, Baldur's Gate was released early access, and it won Game of the Year. So it's not as if this hasn't been done on very successful games. And Allie and I had the exact same mindset and the exact same example. You think the only thing that would take cities to the next level, taste, I'm not saying your whole thing, would be multiplayer like SimCity did? So multiplayer is great, but I fear that if they would have worked on multiplayer, everything would have been a mess. I mean, we had so many basic issues, like the LODs being broken. Just imagine if there was multiplayer. What a mess that would have been. We are on an ad break on Twitch, so I just want to run through a couple of thank yous. And Zimmy, thank you for the... We'll take a quick break. I'll take a sip. And it's warm in here now. We've been playing Skylines for a minute. Zimmy, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Nil, thank you. Or Nini, thank you for the Prime sub. Jay Burge, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Callan, thank you so much for the Prime sub. And Rao 1. Thank you for the Prime sub. When was the face reveal? Thank you. The face reveal was a few weeks back. I tried to troll you guys and troll myself. Please keep my shirt on. I'm pretty sure that artistic nudity is no longer allowed on Twitch. So I might be able to get away with it on YouTube, but it would be struck as an adult 18 plus video, and I'd lose monetization. On Twitch, I'm pretty sure that they would just immediately kick me off. And yeah, what am I drinking? I'm drinking a Spotted Cow now. It's warm and not as good as it was before, but it's good. Do I have AC? I do not. Although I do have a window right there. And I am just about this close to just cracking it. But we're going to hit 5,000 soon enough. So I'm not overly concerned. Yeah, so artistic nudity is now allowed in beaches and hot tubs, I believe. And if it's in there, then it's 18 plus automatically. So it doesn't show up in your search. And I think you can hide just make sure I'm in a hot tub. I'd love to have a hot tub. Don't have one. Let's see. Can you say the advantage of house building in the US? Why don't they build it like in Europe with stronger walls? Well, Captain, the reason why I think homes are built the way that they are here is simply because of how many are being built. We're trying to keep up with demand, and the materials are less expensive. And the homes are still ridiculously expensive. I mean, Madison is a mid-sized US city, and you can't. It's getting harder and harder to touch a home here for less than 300,000. So, and new homes you're looking at 400. It's kind of ridiculous. So, the higher quality of the materials, the more skilled labor that goes into building the home, which costs more money, and the materials cost more as well. So I think that's why. Mind showing the globe behind me? Yeah, sure. This is a gift. This was one of my Christmas gifts. I want to say like 3 years ago. Beautiful globe. Let's see. It's hard to see on camera, but yeah, it's black and white with red for the countries, and it's been really helpful as I try to teach my kids about the world. Oh, let's see. Sophie, happy to wake up and catch a stream. Just happy you're here. Let's see. American builds to be greedy. You have to repair more often to spend more material. I wouldn't necessarily say that. Different developers are different too. Yeah, it's tough. Also, building standards. I mean, we have a whole book of standards that is, it's a national book, but it gets revised for local municipalities. So oftentimes, the homes that are built are reflections of the codes that we have available to us, much like the city that gets built is a reflection of the zoning code and some of the standards that you have for roads, for instance. So a lot of it really comes down to regulations. So if you don't like the way homes are built, it's probably the regulations that are the problem. Skedaddle, even on 70K a year, absolutely no chance of owning a home. Yeah, I've really, so I feel like I lucked out. Every time that we've purchased a home, so I purchased in Denver, and the values went through the roof, and then we ended up rolling that into a home in Madison, and that home went up in value quickly, and we were able to roll that into the home that we were in for a number of years, and then rolled that equity into this one. So it is, I don't know how someone who doesn't already own a home is able to purchase in this market. Like, just reasonably, it's pretty wild. Doesn't the weather impact the wall thickness? The weather impacts the insulation for sure. I don't know that it's necessarily wall thickness. Okay, Warren Buffett. No, but reasonably, like right now, the interest rates are so high and the prices are so expensive that I don't know how you do it. Am I from Madison? I live in Madison. I'm not from Madison. Thank you, Calmatic. Yeah, I'm from Madison. I live in Madison. I'm from northern Wisconsin. Is it common to rent houses? Is it the same in the States? Renting homes in smaller towns is pretty common. In larger cities, it's uncommon. I'm gonna switch over to streaming view so we can continue to work towards 5,000. But one of the big problems that we have, at least in my county, is a lack of 3-bedroom apartments, and renting a home is prohibitively expensive most of the time. Calmatic, anyone who ends up here is from here, then I am proudly from Madison. And I will say, hold on, let me we'll come back to just chatting for one more second, and I'm gonna show you. Let me see. I don't know if I can do this on YouTube, but I think on Twitch you guys are seeing the other view now, so you can see I've got my Madison map up here. And for YouTube, I'm sorry, I thought I was at parity with the views, but I am not. So there we go. Yeah, I have two cameras because this one right here is my Elgato Facecam, and this one right here is my Sony DSLR. And I appreciate that. Yeah. So I did this all, and YouTube again, I'm sorry. I did this all a couple weeks back, not because of a face reveal, but because I spend 8 to 10 hours a day in this room, and that is sound paneling. It's basically this foam backed sound paneling, and I was able to just put this up do a row of nails in the top, middle, and the bottom, and it's wonderful. Just love it. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it isn't. I've tried to make a nicely planned room, but this is like the third iteration of it. I just keep changing things. All right. We've got 500 more people that we've got to get in here. Flying suits. I'm doing this full time right now. Is this my face reveal? This is my third face reveal. I'll just keep face revealing over and over and over. I feel like I want to know the answer to one question, and I don't know that I actually want the answer. Is this a bad thing for you guys? Are you happy with the face reveal, or do you wish I would have kept the mystery? Just never really know. Oh, Freddie Neck Teddy, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. That is super generous of you. I appreciate that. How many monitors do I have? I have 4. I have the one that I'm looking at for City Skylines 2 is a BenQ monitor. It's a color accurate monitor. That was for Theme Mixer. And then the ultra wides were actually from when my wife and I were both working at home. And whoops. That was a false alarm. I'm not actually leaving. I don't know what I did there. Sorry about that, everybody. Noob. I am a noob. So yeah, this is actually my wife's monitor that's behind me. She no longer wanted. She said she was embarrassed by it. So we had this up in our main floor, and you'd walk into the house and you see this big ultra wide. And I got it for her because she was going to grad school, and it is like for productivity, like just you can't beat it. But she was super embarrassed by it. So I ended up giving her a smaller 1080p monitor, and she's happy. We supported you through the Poo Lake exploding, and this is what we get. Kiwi Ka, yes. You know, I don't even know what I did. That's the funny thing. Like, that could be really helpful if I understood the shortcut. You thought the internet went out? So that's the one thing. So in my old house, I had cable internet, and at this one, I have fiber, and it's just like night and day. So I generally don't have to worry about outages. The only time I've had it is when Master Planning Music has gone down. Those are the couple of times. Otherwise, yeah, it's been good. It's any problem on the stream is 100% me. Have I had New Glarus' strawberry rhubarb? Well, first of all, thank you for the bits, Prindle Poetry. I have. Very good. Very strong in comparison to beer. If you're not used to it. Zita, bandwidth caps, not right now, but I will tell you, I must not be their favorite user, because I'm using ridiculous amounts of bandwidth. And the fact that they are tallying it makes me worried. What kind of microphone am I using? This is a Shure SM7B. I do have. We'll let this run for a minute. Hold on. So I've been sneaking this one in from time to time. This is the RE20. And I personally like the sound of this one more than the SM7B. It's a little tiny window, but yeah. So this is a mic that I think personally sounds better. All of the Dev Diary videos that I put together, I used the RE20, and no one's seen the notice. But on a YouTube stream, I actually had both the RE20 and the SM7B side by side, and I switched back and forth. And it was like overwhelming that people liked my voice with the SM7B more. And ultimately, I'm not the one listening. So if you guys like this one more, this is what I go with. So yeah. You were told 1.2 terabytes per month. Cap was average. Oh boy, if I had 1.2 terabytes as a cap, I would be in deep deep trouble. Ozzy, has the game's performance improved since launch? Absolutely. Is it where it needs to be? Absolutely not. So hopefully that's helpful. You remember the laptop audio days? I should bust that back out. That was the Tonar Amazon microphone. I will tell you, when I got that microphone, I thought I had it made. I thought it was peak microphone, $20, and it sat on my desk. It wasn't just a laptop. Whew, I had it made. Sure has a better compression curve, which is why YouTube likes it. Yeah, so I do think that is the main reason why. The big thing about the RE20 is I feel like it's a bit more bright, and I think that the SM7B has a kind of a muddier sound. But I think with the bass of your voice, it might be a little bit better. So, you're watching a Grand Theft Auto 5 video and they were playing one of your theme songs in your video. It really threw you through a loop. So a lot of my music before Master Plan Music was Epidemic Sounds, and I actually had a collaboration with them. In fact, I'll drop it on YouTube and in Twitch. But the very best collaboration I've ever had is I got to work with Epidemic Sounds Chill Beats on this video. So yeah, this one was amazing. Just loved it. So, but the problem with Epidemic Sounds, and this problem with a lot of other services, is that everyone uses the music, so everyone's video starts to sound the same. So that's why, Redneck Teddy, you joined Epidemic. Thank you. Thank you for using my link. So yeah, I still use it. I still love it. But I like to mix it up. What I realized is that I wanted a mix of stuff that I got myself and stuff that, oh, that's frustrating. And Epidemic and Stream Beats and basically anything that I could. The only thing, I'm not gonna go for another paid service. I'm already doing that. So that's kind of my thought process there. But ultimately, I think that music just makes such a huge difference to the experience of watching a video. You work in video production, Don Waldy, and you use Epidemic and Artlist a lot, but it's really hard to find something good and something that no one uses. Yeah. I think you'd probably have more luck on Artlist. It seems like fewer people use it. Is that a misconception on my behalf? That's been my feeling. Waiting for AI background music. You know, yeah, I think that would be really sad. Just hit up Fiverr. Absolutely. What cats do you show your face often on streams? Or is this the first time? This is the third time. You heard Master Plan Music on someone else's video today? I love to hear that. So like getting the music has been costly. So if other people get use out of it, that's great. If people listen to it, that's how I actually can earn some of the money back, and it works well. So either way, I'm just happy that other people are getting use out of it, because it's a costly endeavor purchasing music. Holy heck, Phil streams on Twitch now. Yeah, I've been on Twitch for a little while now. It's been, I've had an awesome time on Twitch. Oh, look at this. What is going on here? We've got a node break. Oh. Wow, that's so screwed up. All right, we'll get this fixed. And we've almost reached our population threshold. I think this is gonna be a very stressful challenge for me, but I'm digging it so far. I think it's about the algorithm. Everyone uses the same ones that are listed as top rated, but there's actually a lot of good stuff out there that nobody uses. Yeah. So Don Waldy, what I've done on Epidemic Sound for basically going back since the first time I used it, I found an artist that I liked, and then I went through their entire song list, and I downloaded basically every track that I liked. 300 more people. Yes, we're getting very close. We're getting very, very close. The challenge, we're trying to get to 5,000 tonight. I want this city to get to 200, and we are just grinding through to get to 5,000. It's been brutal. We haven't added any of the communication stuff that we talked about, though, so I think that adding that will be a huge help. So in our little city services area, we'll add in our post office, and then for the internet, really dislike these radio masts. They don't really cover all that much. I think we may just spend some development points. So I'm always torn. Let's see what's better, the server farm or the telecom tower. So the server farm can go 2.5 miles, 20,000 gigabits. 2.5 kilometers rather, 20,000 gigabits. 15,000 gigabits, 5 kilometers. Upkeep is double. So I'm going to say that the server farm is a better deal. It's bigger, but it's a better deal. What do you guys think? The server farm is a nice looking building too. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going with the server farm. Maztec ma'am, thank you. Just a dude in his basement. Let's see. Let's go for it. Thank goodness we got developer points available. Oh, look at that. Just one right in the center, and we should be good enough. I just don't love the location of this right now. The overlapping is the power line. It'll be fine. This'll be a fine location, actually. And I think that that's going to get people to really get excited. AT&T has arrived. That's who I have. Skedaddle, you like the American cell towers on every other block look, to be honest? It's fine. It is fine. I do like the look of this building, though. So you've been urban planning curious ever since you took urban sociology in college as an unemployed software engineer looking for work. Can you talk about the kinds of software you used in your work? Really curious about that. So the software was ArcGIS mostly, and then honestly Office and the Adobe Creative Suite. And then just websites. So websites like StreetMix to come up with graphics. The big thing that we were starting to use more and more is big data sets. So things like INRIX to use to get transportation data, and other sources like that. So that's really, it's not about software anymore. It's about the websites and big data sources that you have. So yeah, that's kind of where things are moving. Am I Hispanic? I am not. I'm half black. Web apps are software too. Yeah. So basically anything that can analyze big data sets, that's where planning is moving. And then one of the books I have behind is actually about how to visualize data. The thing about planning is you're always trying to take this really intense data that covers just a massive number of data points, and you're trying to make it legible and usable for the average person and for any elected official. So that's kind of the challenge. So any tools that make that easy become really valuable to a planner. So I didn't like the tools that just provided information. I wanted the tools that actually provided some analysis as well. The ability to visualize is huge too. Olivia, hey, I love your videos. I wish City Skylines did more with triangular acute angle blocks. Me too. I was really hoping. Yeah, Tableau is very popular. Tableau is very good. Yeah, I was really hoping that we'd have procedurally generated parcels. And one thing I'm even though we still have the zoning grid the way it is, one thing I don't love is I feel like, particularly with the housing, like right here, we've got a bunch of parcels that are the same size and we have the same house on here over and over. I wish we would have seen different buildings on different sized parcels so that we'd have more variety. So like this little, I don't know, shack looking thing on this parcel, that would have been, in my opinion, a very good thing to do. SPSS, some people use it. Master of PowerPoint, yeah. Yeah, I don't love PowerPoint, but I'm good at it. So that's one of the reasons why I talked about earlier, potentially having kind of a weekly on-stream series where I give a presentation about urban planning news, because I could do that inside of PowerPoint. Photon Melody asks if I'm going to be working on any more Tutoria. January 20th, there'll be a new one. The main reason I haven't worked on Tutoria is simply that the bugs were getting in the way of me being able to create the series. But I think that we're finally in a spot where I can move forward. The low rent tall buildings all look exactly the same, and they are so frustrating. I completely agree. Q-Laid Kid, I completely agree. They're also just like kind of super ugly. Jill, you miss Clearwater County? I actually just got it working again. So for the longest time, a bunch of mods updated and I couldn't get it working. And I ended up uninstalling City Skylines and reinstalling it and re-downloading every mod, which for Clearwater County took about 1 million years, but it's working again. So there's 2 episodes left. I have a real, I want to finish the series. I'm probably not going to go with any more than just finishing the series. The main reason for that is I honestly got pretty negative results on the last City Skylines 1 video that I did. And I think a number of creators have kind of seen the exact same thing, where they will create a City Skylines 1 video and it'll get half as many viewers and a bunch of dislikes. So I don't really know why, but it is kind of the way it is right now. Bronze Dragon, the fact that low rent housing is super ugly is kind of just like real life. I mean, kind of. It doesn't have to be, though. I think my biggest problem with it is that it's just super tall for no reason. You love my City Skylines 1 series? Yeah, it's I don't know why people dislike it, but they did. So it's actually the last Nicolay Bay video is one of the most disliked City Skylines 1 videos ever. So the weird thing though, and this is more of like a YouTuber inside baseball sort of deal, it impacts the reach of your future video. So that's kind of where, from my perspective, that I begin to wonder, like, should I put a whole bunch of these out, or should I focus on the ones that I absolutely want to put out or not? Because I don't want to tank the channel generally, because I'm making videos that nobody wants to see. And when I think of that, I don't think of the algorithm punishing me. Ultimately, if I'm making a bunch of videos that no one wants to watch, you guys go, oh wow, I'm tired of your channel, I'm not going to watch it anymore. So yeah, it's one of those things. New channel, I'm not making a new channel. If I do anything, it's going to be City Planner Explains, and it'll be basically Twitch stuff that I break down for those videos. People feel like you touching your older series means you're taking away from the new hotness, so they don't want to watch. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, you know, I think the other thing is there's a lot of people who either can't or don't want to play City Skylines 2 yet, but are still curious about it. So watching someone play it is the closest some people are getting to actually get to play those games. So from that perspective, I kind of get it. Like, if that's what you want to see because of that reason, then you might be frustrated by seeing an old City Skylines 1 series. Makes me feel bad that channels can't make the jump to City Skylines 2. Channels like Gaseous Stranger are doing the Lord's work painting Rochester, New York, and Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Yeah, Yellow, it's tough. I think that doing any, like, transitioning from one game to the next on a gaming channel is difficult regardless. And yeah, if people's interests have changed, it's tough. Am I getting ready to do more map review videos? I do plan on doing more of them. I haven't had all that many submitted, truthfully. But yeah, I plan on doing more of them. For me, I like doing those videos when I kind of just like am out of ideas or need to take a step back from my series. Right now, let me see. One. I've got 4 more Magnolia County ideas or episodes sketched out. One-off video that could become multiple, and at least one Ultimate Beginner's Guide video. So until I get through those, I'm probably not going to do another one of the review videos yet. Bullets, any streamers that didn't move to City Skylines 2, I stopped watching their channel. Yeah, that happened with a lot of people. So yeah, Timberborn's an interesting one. So this is there's an ad break. So Schmitty, thank you so much for the Prime sub, and Stitzita, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Maggie, I'm sorry you got ads. I appreciate you. Tim, thank you so much. Tim Schaefer, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Peaches, you're using the Game Pass version. I think that's the way to go. If you don't know if it's going to run in your system, you have nothing to lose by trying at a minimum the Game Pass dollar deal and seeing how that works out for you. Or just doing it there. Oh, Maggie, you said that you saw ads. How are you hearing me? Who makes the character art for the videos? It's actually a fan of the channel, Medora. She might be in here. Let me see. No, but they're on Twitch, and yeah, they're. The next 2 characters are going to be a hoot. I'm really excited about them. I've got another, I've commissioned, I want to say another 5 characters, but I probably have more. So yeah. And guess what, guys? We have reached 5,000. We've done it. I'm going to save quickly. And all right, hold on. No. Oh no. I hear my computer revving up. No. Well, we had autosave on. Oh. That, my friends, is the magic. It says it just stopped responding. You know what? Serenity now. It's gonna be okay. I'm gonna look. I'm gonna look to see in my saves. So it seems like it might not be City Skylines that glitched out. It might be Windows generally that is screwing up because Explorer's not working. So, oh, now it's working. The last autosave was 5 minutes ago. Okay. We're just gonna go back in. We're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine. How are you guys doing? Wind blows is all I have. It's all we can do right now. 5 minutes isn't so bad. Here's the thing. I am not leaving here until we have a save with 5,000, and then I'm gonna zip it and I'm gonna put it in the Google Drive. And I don't know that I've actually given that location for Twitch subscribers, but I'll drop that off in the Discord. I have all the saves, and I give them to you guys, but it's also helpful for me in case crashes happen. And oh my goodness, I might have to just restart this whole computer. It is like it's done. It's like it's not. City Skylines won't even launch at this point. Peaches, thank you so much for the 200 bits. F in the chat, hope it's salvageable. Me too. I'm gonna try to load in without mods, and we'll see if that works. In the meantime, we can just hang out for a second. Okay. Oh, yeah. So Mulligan's Crossing. The autosave is population 4,917. I can see that by hovering over resume. It's gonna have to be Mulligan's Mulligan. It's gonna have to be Mulligan's 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 Mulligan. And we'll add so many mulligans that it'll crash. You think they should make a new regular mixed commercial the same as the row housing? Llama Man, I agree. That'd be awesome. Brindle Poetry, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate you. Biffa's in the YouTube chat. Oh, Biffa would be awake right now. Hey, Biffa. Shouldn't I be in bed? Yeah, it's almost 2 in the morning here. I absolutely be in bed. Yeah. I think that I'm gonna have to restart my computer. So we are going to just need to hang out for a little bit together. I can't do GeoGuessr because I'm restarting the computer. Frenimus, you are in bed. YouTube gets a win. Well, Biffa, you are. It's well. No. So here's the funny thing. So I use this software called I want to say it's like Little Mouse or something. Anyway, because I have 2 computers, I use this piece of software that connects up both computers by their IP address, and then I can use my mouse on both computers. And because I restarted the primary computer, the gaming computer, I can't actually control anything on the stream right now until this computer restarts. So it's it is a wild situation. Yeah, I stream on a different PC. So the stream computer is my old PC. Have I thought about playing Anno? I have on stream, yes. Oh my goodness. Sounds like it's not starting. Okay, we're back. Oh my goodness, and I have a mouse again. Better for PC stress? Absolutely. And with City Skylines 2, like, I feel super fortunate to have a dual PC setup. You need more Timberborn? DJ John Mary, we'll have to do it on stream. I could definitely see some breaks, especially so John, are you in Europe? I'm curious. I'm curious because I know that you've said that you want to see that. Maybe we could do something a little bit earlier. So it's a little bit later or appropriate time for you. Oh, yeah, you are in the UK. All right. So I'll tell you what, if we can do something midday my time, I'll do some Tropico or some, Timberborn. Yeah, I would love to do some Tropico too. I have considered workers and resources. It is very, 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 very confusing in its current state. At least it was for me. Omegi, are you saying that I'm old? It's 9 a.m. now in Europe. Are you in the UK or is it Central European summertime? I sounded 50. I don't know how I sound 50. Hey, I got to show you guys something. Check this out. We're back. This is totally vanilla. Oh shoot, I don't want to go in vanilla. Okay, never mind. So I'm concerned. I don't know what it's going to do if I don't go in with my mods. So we are going to just try that out. Give me 1 second, guys. Has anyone ever played Black and White? What is that? PC specs? I dropped the PC specs. I wonder if it's still in my... It's not. Hold on. In my YouTube videos. It's in there. Give me just 1 second. I'm going to grab it while I'm loading. I think we're going to be 100 away. I think we're going to be fine. But it was certainly stressful that we had to go through this whole process of rebooting my PC to get to it. Okay. City Skylines 2 is launching modded. In the meantime, I will throw I will throw up a link to my kit if I can get it. One more second, guys. I apologize. Okay. Okay. Now, let me see. There is the link to my kit. You need more Clearwater County. You'll get 2 more Clearwater counties. When they will be, I'm not 100% sure. Those are some sharp specs. It was, yeah, I spent quite a while pulling together my PC. You know the funny thing? So we had a family vacation to Florida back in March, and I'm waiting for months to get all these parts in. And I finally get my case in, and we are ready to go for our road trip. Super disappointing. It took the entire time I was in Florida, where I ended up getting COVID and like being sick half the time I was there anyway. I was thinking about how I just couldn't wait to put the computer together as soon as I got home. Because it took me like 6 months to get all the pieces. Okay. Okay, here we go. Getting COVID in Florida checks out. Yeah. Just too much freedom for me, I suppose. All right. Let's crank this thing. We're gonna get to 5,000, and then we'll hang out for a couple minutes. I'm gonna ask one more time. If we do GeoGuessr, it'll be like 1 round. So I'm going to leave it in your hands, Twitch. And we'll do 1 minute, and you get to buy additional votes. And if we do it, because it's so late, it's 1. Channel points, you got to spend 50. I don't even know if that's allowed or not. Is it rigged? It's absolutely rigged. Okay. And in the meantime, we are rocking and rolling. And honestly, I can't even remember what we did. I feel like we added a whole bunch of residential. Maybe we just waited. It looks like, I mean, based on what I'm seeing, I've got this virtual hug that won't go away. Oh, there's it. There it is. There's another like 20 seconds, and it seems like most people want to keep hanging out. But you can buy votes. I should vote too. Like, I'll say yes. Server farm. We've got our server farm. I think we were just kind of hanging out. I think I was just sitting here talking too. Just like this, the poll. I do want to see, Biff is here. And what I see is Biffa talking about dongs in RCE City. Good morning, Biffa. Hopefully you're okay. It's been a little while. We should chat one of these days. Pagan Scorpio, you don't really understand the point of GeoGuessr? It's just fun. There's no point of GeoGuessr. Biff is talking about what? I think he's talking about RCE City. When I hop over to YouTube, I'm not actively in the chat, so I'm like, it's like, whoa, hopping in, seeing random things. Okay, so we are gonna do a round of GeoGuessr. I think we'll do an Earth one. You think it'd be fun if I did Madison for a future project? So it's funny. I actually had a Madison map for City Skylines 1, and I thought about bringing that back for the city as a city to fix up. But now I don't know that series is coming back. So. DJ John Mary, you like GeoGuessr, but you're so bad at it as a player. Me too. I'm terrible at it. Just terrible. Have we got to 5K yet? We are 20 away. Buy Biffa a cup of tea. Well, if Biffa has a coffee link, I'd give him a tea. Pew Candy is on YouTube too. Hey, Pew Candy. I have been streaming now for 4.5 hours. This actually might be one of the longer streams, because the goal has been to get to 5,000. Then we crashed, and now we are waiting to get there because I am not ending this stream with this not working, or with what's not reaching our goal. That's not the way I roll. So we are patiently waiting, and then we are going to do a little bit of GeoGuessr. So the stream is not over, and we'll have one round of GeoGuessr. I will probably drop the link, and look at this. All right, 5,500. I'm going to save it. This is where I got screwed up last time. Woo-hoo. That was an adventure. And the very first thing I'm quitting because I want to cool down. It's so hot in here. And I'm going to immediately, you're going to have to bear with me before GeoGuessr. I am uploading this thing so that you guys have access to it. And I'm going to do the exact same thing. I actually forgot to put the most recent Magnolia County up as well. So I will put both of those up. So give me just 1 second. And then we should be good to go. So we'll call this one. Hold on. I'm going to throw you guys and be right back for 1 second while I get ready. Stay here. There's a level 1 hype train. Guys, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Give me just 1 second. I'm going to move these over and pull up GeoGuessr, and I'll be right back. All right. So I also opened up my window because it's about 1,000 degrees in here. And now it feels wonderful. I think it's just that freezing outside. I just couldn't ask for anything more. So we are going to play one party map. I'm going to hide this from you guys on Twitch because you guys are ahead for just 1 second, and I'm going to drop it onto YouTube. And then I will bring it on over here. Only because they are like 15 seconds behind. Okay. There you go. Yeah, vent that computer out the window. Honestly, I could. I could just rest it on the windowsill up there and it would work just fine. All right, so if you want to play a GeoGuessr, hop right in. I will try. Let's see, we've got 537 on Twitch, 1,172 on YouTube. So I think we should hold off until we've got this thing completely filled up. So please jump in if you want to play. And let's see, Jay, am I familiar with Strong Towns? Yeah, there were actually recommendations for books earlier. And this is still on my desk next to me. Yes, right here. So very familiar with it. The code for GeoGuessr, I'll pop it in one more time to both YouTube and Twitch. Hop in. We're halfway full. And we're going to do one world map and then we'll say goodnight. Wow, we just had another 10 people jump in. So yeah, so we discussed potentially having some sort of a book club. So I'll give it some thought and I'll look through my books. That's one of the things. I haven't unpacked all my books since I moved last year. So that'll be something if I go through it. There are a couple that I've wanted to look at that I haven't. And if I can give you guys enough of a heads up, it could be a lot of fun. All right, 20 more people and we're gonna do it. I think the book club would be a lot of fun. Rational, you're in? Love it. Now, no Googling. That's been a thing. I know. Also, some of you are really good, make me look really bad. My goal is to finish in the top third. And I think of myself as a success. Book club on Discord? That would work too. I completely agree. It'd be a lot of fun. 4 more people and we will just hit start game. There we go. 100. We filled it up. Thank you, everybody. Oh boy. And I am gonna ban someone real quick. So, I apologize. We might be doing another one. Well, okay, it's fine. We'll just keep moving. Okay. Jericho, I thought that you might have been a bot. I wasn't sure. It's not the UK. Now you've thrown me off my game. All right, we're going back. Let's see where we are. So I saw a palm tree. So we're someplace tropical. Are we in Singapore? Maybe. Do we see any English? Ooh, that Mitsubishi was interesting. I can't. So that said slow. Oh, what is this? We got signs here. Changi Airport. Are we is this the Philippines maybe? Face reveal? It's been face reveal. It's Singapore. Bus on the left. Not Norway or Iceland. Probably not. Oh, I got 5 seconds. We're going Singapore. It's where I was. Okay. I feel good about that. For the rough start. I'm good. And almost top third. The Spencers, hello. Thank you for being here. All right. Oh, this looks awesome. So we're in Europe, I believe. UK. This looks really nice. I like this. You catched up in the live stream and didn't expect a face reveal? It is for sure the UK. How come I decided a face reveal? Because I decided to troll you guys, and I am a massive failure, and I face revealed accidentally. And then I realized at a certain point, you know what? It's already out there. I might as well just do it, and it's made streaming a ton easier. Red Row at Abbey Farm. So it's definitely England. Red Row at, so there's a roundabout. That's not helpful. It's London, South UK, Upmore. Definitely Biffa country. I've seen nothing that gives away the location. But I've said this before, I'll say it again. You know what? Actually, well, fine. When in doubt, you go with the biggest city. It's probably close by, right? Right of London, left of London, Swanton, Swindon. You know what? That's close enough too. Although I'm sinking. Abbey Road, the Beatles. Ah, was that actually it? Good morning from Germany. Good morning. Good evening from me. Oh, you saw the car that said Swine Down. Okay. What is this? We get a billboard right away. No idea. Yeah, if French. So I see French and Italy. This looks like, is that Italian? Maybe? We'll start. It's Spanish? No, I can read some Spanish. It didn't look like Spanish to me. It's clearly Italian. Yeah. South Carolina, Omegi? I don't know about that. No, because Portuguese looks like Spanish. Although, I don't know. Oh, there's a road sign. There's a big sign up here. Let's see what we got. What is this? Hello, Santa Teresa? That looks like Spanish now. Okay, it's Italy? It's Italian for sure? South side of Chicago. Now you guys are messing with me, chat. The Romance languages, they all look the same. Guess. Oh my God, I can't believe I got one in. I completely lost track of time because that's what I do. Was it? Oh yeah, sure enough. Right there. So it was, this is Italy, right? This is Italy? You told me. Yeah, Sardinia. Okay. You know what? Yeah, good enough. At 23rd. We could just end it right now. That'd be fine. YouTube also, you know what? I should listen to YouTube. Everyone in the YouTube chat is saying it was Italy. And I can't tell the time. So I'm going to assume that it was before. It's starting to feel like some of these people are Googling. It always feels that way. I know there are some people that are just exceptionally good at this though. Is this the UK again? Yeah, some people are just, they know what to look for. This is not the UK. This to me, what is that? This looks like, I'm going to say that we are in the Netherlands. Germany? I don't think it, is that German? Kinderen? That's German for kids? YouTube's not saying anything. Belgium, England. It's not England. 35 seconds. I have no clue. German looks similar. Belgium, it's Dutch. Oh, you know what? I have no better ideas. Although I love how narrow these roads are. I mean, this slows traffic down. This forces people to pay attention. Okay, we'll go with there. Outside of Belgium. Italian, Netherlands. Oh, I feel really good about that. 14th? You guys know I'm not Googling, so I feel really good about 14th. Definitely Belgium. You live near Belgium in the Netherlands. Now we're in Asia for sure. The question is where. Oh, I see 0 English. Interesting. Japan? That made me think it was Japan. Fire. So it's maybe Verde Beach. Korea? It's Japan. YouTube still says nothing. I think YouTube's responding afterwards. Fire hydrant. Is this an alley or is this a street? Look at the cars. Japan. Is this City Skylines? Oh, I forgot to change the category. My bad. Sorry about that. I'm a failure, but we're at the end, so we're just gonna call it. It's fine. Well, to me, this looks like Japan. I'm pretty sure we were in an alleyway too. There's just nothing really distinguishing. I assume that this is probably a bus, a mixed bus travelway. Northern Japan. Okay, I'm gonna trust you. We'll go with Fukushima. Okay, it's close enough. Styron Eagle, congratulations on first place. Izzy, second place. Cool Fantasia, Porco, and Panos, rounding out the top 5. And I'm in the top. I'm 17th. I'm happy. Oh, we have an ad break. Okay. I'm gonna hold off on saying goodbye and finishing this out until we're done with the Twitch ad break. The worst timing for a Twitch ad break. How the rest of you do? Zebo, did you lose to me? You know what? Good game. Good game. I appreciate you. Thank you for the 11 points, the extra 11. helping me cross in the 17th place. And you know what? Here I am ripping on YouTube a little bit about not actually responding to me. Now I realize they're 15 seconds behind. So that is clearly why they are not able to keep up with the stream. All right. Ad break is ended. So I want to thank you all. It's been a lot of fun. It's fun with GeoGuessr, fun with City Skylines 2, and fun just hanging out. I thank you so much. These Thursday streams for me have been absolutely outstanding. And yeah, it would be fun to reach out with other creators in the planning community. Yeah, we'll see. But for now, I'm really appreciative of all the support in the streams, really appreciative of all the support in the videos, and just thank you for everything. I think we're gonna call it an evening. We got to figure out who we're gonna raid. But before we do that, I want to say goodbye to YouTube, and the only way that I know how to do that is to play them the song that they're probably all waiting to hear. And here it is. And I'm going to repeat this one song so I don't inadvertently play some stuff I shouldn't play. So thank you so much, YouTube. Twitch, can we give YouTube some hearts? We give them some hearts so they can see that up in the chat, because they can see you, you can't see them. And I'm going to give YouTube a bunch of hearts. Thank you so much for all the support, YouTube. Thank you so much. for being there. Thank you. I know that I'm not engaging directly in that chat most of the time, but I just really appreciate you. And everyone on Twitch does as well. So thank you so much. Multicasting has been absolutely awesome. And yeah, I've appreciated this. I'm going to say goodbye to you guys. And then we are going to figure out who we're rating. We are 500 strong. So it's going to be a lot of fun figuring out who we're going with. So see you later, YouTube. I'll catch you in the next one. And we are done on YouTube.